Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. How are we doing today? Hopefully you're good. It's good to see ya. Been off for a couple of days. We took the weekend chat, and then it got extended because I had to take my car in for the MOT, but it needed some bits and pieces done to it as well. So I was like, you know what? It was like, you can come get the car, but I was like, just leave it there, just get the stuff done. Because I walked back from the garage, because it's like only about a 30-minute walk from the garage. So I walked back from the garage. I was like, I really want to pick the car up to have to drop it off and walk back again. So left it there and kind of just had to hang around Monday waiting to pick the car up. So that's why we didn't stream yesterday. But we're back, guys. We're going to play some more Limbus Company today. I am very, very excited. I've been enjoying my time so far. We do have some more Chapter 14 coming up as well. Or, I say more, we're starting Chapter 14 in Arknight's watch streamer. Yo, what's up, Dagan? Thanks for the member, man. 5 months, appreciate ya. We are... I want to say tomorrow, right, but let's see, because there's reasons. Honor of King's Bait has just started, which I'm probably going to stream tonight. But yeah, Forza's out as well, man. Like, I don't have it even to stream it on this channel. I might play it, but I might maybe just stream it on the second channel. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. There is going to be some Chapter 14 this week. That I can promise. But I'm not going to say it's definitely going to be tomorrow, okay? Because who knows? I might play this Honor of King's World and get addicted, and then we'll play some tomorrow. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I'm going to check that out later. I did get invited into the test, which started yesterday. I believe it started. But I haven't checked it out yet, so we're gonna try that later. Don't edge flicks anymore, but I know, man. Like, bro's gonna be searching for me for real. No jokes, man. But yo, Dagger, thank you very much for the 5 months, man. I do appreciate it. But welcome to the stream, Lance. How's it going? Canis, welcome. Flicks, how's it going? Wiseman, welcome. Dandy, welcome to the stream. Josh, welcome. Ducklord, welcome. He's no longer an AK player. He's a PM fan. Do you know what? I must admit, I am becoming a Limbus fan. But, you know, Arknights, for me, is still the best gacha game at the moment. But Limbus is really good, man. What can I say? You know what I mean? What can I say? So, yeah, again, not promising Arknights tomorrow. Well, it could be. Again, if Honor of King's World sucks, then we'll play a bit tonight and we won't play anymore. I do want to play some Forza, but I could maybe just stream that on the second channel tomorrow evening, depending. if I can be arsed, I might just play off stream just to chill. I am really looking forward to playing Forza though. I installed it earlier because it's out for everybody today, right? I think that didn't they make 140 million without the game? Like, you know, obviously it was like the was it the premium edition? You had to pay 110 quid yet to get access to the game, and they still made 140 million. So the game's been a success, but it looks really good, man. I've heard nothing but positive things about Forza, so I'm looking forward to playing that. Yo, BVM, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I only drone strike people who spoil out. Well, that's you're in a good position then, because I can't spoil you lot. He's making excuses not to play Arknights. Oh no. No, I do really want to start chapter 14. We've got a new event, didn't we? Is it tomorrow or the day after? Is it today or tomorrow? Soon, right? Yo, casual, what's going on, dude? Keep stalling on. I'm still on cookie. Yeah, dude. Actually, all right, then we'll play. We'll definitely play tomorrow. We'll definitely play tomorrow. I can't take any more casual curses, man. Those hexes are the real shit, guys. I'm telling you now. You need to keep on my guy's good side, because every time he says it's gonna happen, I get fucked by gacha. So I'm taking that shit seriously. Thursday's the update day for Arknights. Oh wait, was it? I don't know. Let me have a look. Let me just have a quick look. They did post something on Twitter. I'm sure I saw it earlier. I'm sure I did. There we go. Am I tripping? I swear to God I saw a tweet from them. Am I thinking maybe it was from maybe it was an Enfield tweet I saw. There's one yesterday. Yeah, it is right. Is it a Columbia event? It is right. The countdown is on. Just 3 days to lift off of their Expo Columbia. Is that the one? I think that might be right. Okay. All right. That must have been what I saw. Did we get a live stream announcement as well for Enfield also? I think we did, yeah. This week on Thursday, Wicked Shard, House of Spiders, Ryoshi ID, and Friday we're getting a new Altis ID. How are we? Why is my YouTube stream buffering? Is the stream okay, chat? I think it might be just the live stream dashboard that's freaking out. The cauldron is itching for brewing. Nah, YouTube's been a bit funny, I think. I think YouTube's been a bit funny. You guys getting any buffering? I'm not dropping frames, but YouTube's buffering. Switch to Twitch because YT started buffering again. Yeah, YouTube's been shit at the moment. I don't know what's going on, chat. Just give it a few moments. Last time it did this, it settled, didn't it? I love YouTube at the minute, I do. I love it. I still don't think they've... Have a look on Twitter a second. I don't think they fixed the shorts and homepage issue as well. Can't watch a YouTube video without it buffering 50 times in 11 minutes. Yeah, it looks like this is not just us. Looking on Twitter, there's other people talking about it as well. So hopefully it settles. Again, I have dropped 0 frames. 0 frames, so it's not my end. It is definitely on YouTube's end. So if you see buffering, guys, just refresh. Make sure you click the live button again. And yeah, hopefully it settles. So just to let you know, if you're seeing buffering, it's probably not you and it's not me. It's on YouTube's end. So yeah, just have to give it a moment. Have to give it a moment. Let me switch tracks here. Get something a bit more relaxed. There we go. Bit of wooling. Bit of wooling, chat. Bit of wooling. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. There's an Enfield video that caught my eye, guys. There's an Enfield video that caught my eye, and I'm kind of like, do we check it out? I don't know if it was shared in here, but I did add it to my what's this? a Tuhu video. You're all hypocrites. What's this about? Is this about... I'm going to guess this is about NTE AI? Or maybe not. What is it about? Is it? We might watch this. I ain't watched a Tuhu video for a while. The Gacha God. The Gacha God. 07 for us YouTube lads. Yeah, YouTube sucks balls at the minute, doesn't it? It sucks balls. Yeah, because Twitch was having issues, so it's definitely on YT being shitty. Yeah. It's on a picture without encountering a problem. Yo, what can I say, man? YouTube hates me, right? YouTube hates me. Fucking guys. Okay, so... Yeah, hold up. I've got it somewhere. I don't know if I added it to watch later. Let me just have a little look. Here's a second. Playlist. Watch later. I'm pretty sure I did save it. Yeah, so about Arknights Enfield's game state. So I've seen a couple of videos going around now, and I'm gonna go out on a limb. It's not a hot take to probably assume it's potentially about a lack of replayable content at the moment in the game and lack of a true end game, if you will. Which, at the moment, really, it's kind of in the same place as a lot of the big action games when they come out, right? But I'm kind of, if it'll let me pause it, I'm kind of curious to see what that video's about, actually. So we could watch that video if you guys are interested. It's probably due to drama CCs, I'd say, where they're being performative, virtue signaling kind of thing. Oh, the Tuhu video, Lance. Yeah, don't get me wrong, like, again, I'm a fence sitter, genuine fence sitter when it comes to AI, in the sense that I understand the potential ramifications in terms of the creative market, the job space and all that sort of stuff as well, right? But I also understand there is genuine tools that can help progress consumer end stuff, right? And as somebody who's a consumer, when I'm buying stuff, I genuinely do care about the end product. But I also do care that we live in a world where people can make a living in the career that they're in, right? Progress waits for no man at the same time, though. But there definitely is a bunch of people who are like going stark raving mad over AI when it suits them about particular jobs, but then don't give a fuck about the other jobs, and then will actively say, there's people out there saying, I won't touch a game that has it in any form, and then you look at the games they're playing, it's like, well, you're chatting shit because you're playing a bunch of games that use generative AI in different ways, but they still use generative AI. So yeah, there is a lot of grandstanding around it all, isn't there? And again, not saying that somebody who's like, I genuinely don't want to be fucking around with games of AI. I understand it. And in a creative space like gaming, obviously it would be better if everything is handcrafted, right? From a creative standpoint, at least, because I think handcrafted stuff, it's better at the end of the day, or at least it is now. Give it a couple of years, and you know, who knows? So yeah, it's one of those. Like I'm a fence sitter. I am. And I know my opinion is not going to really change the world, so I'm not going to go out there and act like I'm never going to touch a game because it's got it in, because at the end of the day, if it's a game I really like, you know, I'll be honest, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not going to play, because I know for a fact there's probably lots of people who are like, I will never play this game because it does this, and then I bet them playing it. They're just pretending they don't, you know what I mean? But again, as I say, I don't think it's a lot more nuanced. I reacted to Sunol's video yesterday and off stream, and I was going to upload it. It turned into like an hour and 15 minute react from a 20-minute video. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to bother uploading it. I don't know. We'll see. A general rule is AI to assist the creator fine, AI to replace the creator equals ass. And I agree. Of course, tools to assist the workflow and to assist the people who are involved. Of course, yeah, I agree as well. I just think that there's too many people that like, they don't care about translators getting replaced and coders getting replaced. And but when it's artists, then it's a problem. And I don't like that attitude, because it's like, you know, it's like, does the artist rent matter more than the translator or the coder? But yeah, that's kind of a general rule that I sort of agree with as well, right? I think that's a fair take, you know. As long as again, I think this is why it's important on legislatures to really enact some progressive framework that allows for market growth, that allows for advancement, but also protects, you know, core jobs as well, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, the economy and the cost of living is already as bad as it is. We definitely don't want more people being forced onto welfare because clankers are taking their jobs, right? You know, people only care until they're the one on the chopping block. And as well, it's true. And as well, I honestly understand why the art. So we've talked about this before, right? Why art is like the main focus of people, because when you're looking at games, that's the first thing, and mainly probably. If there's some AI coding, generative AI coding in a game for a particular thing, whatever it might be, I don't know, you know, go out on a limb, think of whatever it could be, but it's a back-end thing. You're not going to notice, right, unless somebody points it out to you, you know, by me assets in a game, or even just the way something's animated or something, you might not notice that. But when you walk around a game and you see something that's clearly AI art, you're like, okay, I can spot that. As a layman, I can spot that. So I suppose that's why it tends to be at the forefront as well, because it's a lot more visible for the average person, right? Where most of us can spot something that's blatant AI art. No, don't get me wrong. Things have progressed massively, but we're still at a point where a lot of the time, you can tell pretty quickly what it is, right? But a lot harder to understand when you're playing a game and be like, oh shit, that sequence I just played was like largely made by generative AI. I'm not even sure if we're at that point when it comes to the development, but you know what I mean, right? You understand what I mean. So yeah. Agreed, Andy. Agree. I do agree with that. Universal basic income is inevitable if AI will be doing all the work. That all population control, pick your poison. Well, I don't know if we want to get into the dystopian future just yet. Well, I think we're already there, but you know what I mean. You're so cooked, Ishmael. Why? RNG gear, best system ever. Can't wait for those Fruit AI Love Island TikTok videos to take over the world. Do you know, like, and I get it. That's what a lot of people who are using AI now want to palm it off as real content. But do you know what? Actually, the comment section annoys me more than the AI content. You know, the sort of AI content that's trying to look like it's genuine real content, right? You know, whether it's a house transformation or somebody turned a super carrier into a massive forest mansion or something like that, or just content that's supposed to look like a human interaction, but you can clearly tell it's an AI video, right? I hate that content, but I also get so triggered by the people who are eating it up in the comment section. Of course, there's bots in there as well, because, you know, it's not a far stretch to imagine that somebody who creates AI content and tries to palm it off as real content would also have bots in the chat as well, and in the comment section. But the amount of people, man, I fear for humanity when I see people and they're commenting, and it's like, bro, it's not real, man. Like, stop commenting on it like that video is fucking real, man. It's scary, you know, the amount of people who actually suck that shit up and they're like, oh, yo, that was... Why did he even let that happen? It's like, nobody let that happen, bro. Nobody exists in this clip. Like, fuck. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. So, yeah, this was this video. This was this video that I was considering taking a look at, right? Because, as I said, I'm cognizant of the lack of replayable content, if you will, in Enfield at the moment. But personally as well, again, I've got to admit, I'm incredibly biased when it comes to looking at Enfield stuff because I really like the game. And I'm cognizant of my bias. I understand it's there, and I get it. And I know it changes my opinion slightly, where if it was a game that I wasn't so much into, I'd potentially be maybe more critical of things about the game, but I'll try my best to be as objective as possible and put aside those personal perceptions and subjective opinions on the game. But I do definitely think, are we still a little bit too early to be looking at the end game and really be like, oh, it's a problem. There's a problem with the state of the game. I don't know if there necessarily is. I don't even know if this video is even saying this as well. Either, but I've seen a few videos going around recently where people are like, Enfield has a lack of content issue. I don't think it has a lack of content issue, but I think people want, because I think what it is now, if the only games you play are like Genshin, WoW, ZZZ, Star Rail, the new game that comes out tends to get the same treatment again and again and again, where people look at a game that's 3 years deep, 5 years deep, 6 years deep, whatever, and then go, that game's got all this. Why doesn't this have it? And of course, the game is going to look a lot more vacuous and have less content when you compare it with something that's well established, right? But that doesn't mean you can't be critical of the game's state. But I don't necessarily think Enfield at this point is massively lacking content, personally. Now, if in 6 months' time we still have this same loop of content that we're getting now, I'm going to have problems, right? I'm going to have problems because I want better endgame, personally. But obviously we're getting CC, and I'm hoping we get improvements on Etch Space and other content as well. But I'm curious to see what you guys think about this. Because I think we're repeating cycles every time now. We're seeing it with NTE, we saw it with Enfield, we saw it with River a bit now. And I think we're going to see it with every big action RPG gacha that comes out, where we're just going through the same cycle every single time, when we've got to understand 1.0s and 1.1s and 1.2s of these games kind of follow the same path every single time, and then usually they are much better, right? Not always, but usually they are. So I'm still confident that Enfield is gonna be much better and much more fulfilling in certain regards, but I really don't think this game lacks content. If anything, when it came out, people were bitching that it's too much like a job. There's too much stuff to do. And I still think there's plenty to do. But I also do believe gacha gamers love to speedrun content and then look back and go, I got nothing to do. Because the developers have already spoke about that it takes them 6 months to create content that people can clear in a couple of days, right? And that's always going to be a problem. They're always going to be chasing that unless they have that sort of heavy grind replayable stuff that can be incredibly dry, and I think that just takes a while to get out as well anyway. But let's watch this video then, shall we? So this is from a fish, so I think we've watched a video from this person before. I think it might have been about WoW, I'm not too sure. So about Arknights Enfield's game site. Again, I've saw a few videos like this, so yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
So Arknights Enfield has just now hit its second half of 1.2, and with all the content being out now, I basically have nothing to do for the next 3 weeks. So I was thinking this would be a good time for us to sit down and have a chat about 1.2, as well as the entirety of Arknights Enfield and the game state now that this patch has been out for quite some time. I think while 1.2 has undoubtedly introduced some really good things, I think that we also have reached a point where we definitely need to have a talk about how the game is being handled. Now, before we dive in,
Okay, all right, I'm interested, because I do think, again, I think the new game gets that treatment of, like, where's the content? But every other game goes through the same cycle now. Again, that's not to say that we can't have breakout games that do something different, but when it comes to content, much like most live service games, you have content that drops, you have a big bunch of content to get through, and then you tend to have a downtime, right, to the next big patch. MMOs tend to have a little bit more of a stretch of content, but you definitely do have front-loaded content and then a bit of a drop-off, and then there's bigger periods in between those content patches, so the content typically tends to stretch a bit more, and there's usually a bit more of it. But I think all live service games go through this cycle of content patch, lots of things to do, less things to do for the rest of the patch, and then new content update, right? Now, again, that pushes towards wanting really good replayable modes, right? That's what you want out of these sort of games at the end of the day. You know, not unlike things like integrated strategies or pick your favorite endgame, which you feel like you can keep coming back to. We need more of that. Like, I must admit, Umbral Monument, I actually find it really fun, but it's not that mode, right? And Etch Space kind of failed to be that mode as well. But I do believe we're going to get that mode. Well, I hope we're going to get that mode anyway.
I have to openly admit that
happens
this
in MMOs
is
as well, yeah.
my second favorite gacha game on the market, but I will try to stay as unbiased as possible. So, starting off, some things that I mentioned in my initial 1.2 review, the story for me was a hit. I don't think Enfield's story so far is some super insanely good story that is...
I agree as well. I think 1.0 had its highs, but it also had lots of weaknesses. I think 1.1 was a market improvement on 1.0, and I think 1.2 was another step up again. So I'm really positive about the direction that Enfield's taking regarding story, because it has just got better each patch, in my opinion. You might disagree, but I think 1.2 was actually really, really good in terms of like the 3D gacha games, the action gacha game. And that patch in terms of story and moments was like really highly rated if I compare it to the other games.
So incredible that my PC starts catching fire from how peak it is. But it has become decent enough where I don't want to skip it and feel like it's worth my time. Ultimately, that is something personal that everyone has to decide for themselves.
True.
But I do think that 1.2 is definitely an overall improvement story-wise in a lot of different areas. I think
that's a general consensus as well, right? I think the general consensus is that 1.2 was a drastic improvement.
Talk about some of the, in my opinion, very good things about 1.2, which is Umbral Monument. This iteration of Umbral Monument was very special due to it having double the stages.
I actually think this was a weaker Umbral Monument than the previous one. I like the quantity, and I hope we get that sort of quantity. But I think overall, I think it was weaker. There were some great stages, and I like what they're doing. I love that each Umbral Monument stage, is different. That, brilliant. I love the variety. Keep that up. I don't want it to become like a Tower of Adversity where it's just a new resistance, or, you know, it's a different boss, but it's pretty much the same thing again. It plays to the new character, so to speak. Now, I'm not saying there isn't going to be stuff that plays to the new character. Like, Zhuang cleared that stuff easy. Didn't even need to change my team, right? But I like the changes. I want them to keep doing that, because for me as well, I look at Umbral Monument and I look at what they're doing and in that survival stuff, and I'm like, I feel like a lot of this sort of stuff could be used in CC stages together with other stuff. So I'm really happy about that. But I think overall, I think it was probably a little bit weak. It wasn't bad, but I think it was a little bit weak. So I think the last Umbral Monument for me was really good, actually.
This Umbral Monument featured 3 stages which were centered around trash mobs, and 3 stages that are being centered around boss-like enemies. It's a major improvement from Umbral Monument.
Which one was it now? Was it stage 4 or stage 5? Was it 4? You know, the rock golem character, the rock angloy. That was probably the weakest one, because that was just like, there was nothing about that at all, really, that stood out. Again, I think this one was weaker overall, but I think all the other stages were better. I'd say that was probably the weakest one, personally.
And I hope that they keep this new concept moving forward. I find all stages greatly designed, with the exception of Tidal Grief. I think Tidal Grief is a horribly designed...
That's the one with the little slimes that go to the middle, right? I don't think that was horribly designed. I think that was just designed for you to, like, play around with, right? Either positioning, or people were using Ardelia, right, to just sustain through it, right? I think that was, like, again, I look at that stage and I think, okay, I see what they're doing there. You throw that into, like, a contingency contract environment with other stuff going on. You've got some difficult mechanics then to be dealing with. You're getting ran over by a really hard boss. You're having to deal with some other stuff. You've got some crazy ads and mobs going on, and then you've got someone over there where mobs are not necessarily attacking you, but there's a stage mechanic, right? You don't deal with them at the same time. You've got a problem. So then it'll bring in stage control and all that sort of stuff, right? And positioning, and this is when, in future, if we do get like proper summoning characters and Trapmaster characters, well, they'll be really strong, and obviously CC characters as well.
Stage in a similar way to Survive the Gas from the first iteration of Umbral Monument. My issue is that there's no real strategy or freedom on these stages compared to the other ones. Tidal Grief is basically just a DPS check, with the only other strategy being heal stalling with characters like Adelia and just trying to tank through and cheese the stage mechanic.
I suppose, you know, if you break it down like that, but I do think, you know, you can tackle it in different ways from, I haven't tried, but just from playing it, I feel like you could, but I think the overall idea's kind of the same, at least, unless you're, like, trying to sustain through it anyway. But I like the idea that you can just kind of just go for the sustain, and that's kind of cool, that is.
I dislike these kind of
definitely
stages.
Does have
I don't find them fun. I don't find them
variation
really creative. I personally just find them bad design. All other
like for me,
stages are great and offer you as a player a huge amount of freedom as to...
I see these stages because I want games to do this, right? Where sometimes they're just throwing stuff at the wall. It's not always going to stick, right? I want games to do that. Give me lots of ideas, even if like 50% of them are trash, because then we'll get golden ideas as well. And then maybe the trash ideas on their own or the implementation can potentially work in with other ideas as well. Because again, for me, I think the idea of these, I genuinely think some of these stages are test beds for contingency contract. I really do. I'm going to stand by that. I will not be surprised if you see some of these mechanics as part of some of the CC stages.
How you want to approach the stage, which is something that I really appreciate about Umbral Monument overall. The mode itself is obviously still way too easy. I first tried every stage with the exception of Tidal Grief, which took...
I think so, yeah. I think this Umbral Monument was much easier than the last one, personally. I cleared every stage first time apart from this one, where it was just... I wasn't ready. I was like, oh, okay, you know? And then I cleared it the second time, where the dude where you have to consume his stacks last time took me about 4 times to clear. And the fire dudes, I think they took me 2 times to clear. So this one definitely was easier. I don't necessarily think the Umbral Monument stages need to get harder. I'd like maybe an EX stage at the end, where it potentially, it's a harder stage of one of them, or it combines mechanics from a couple of the stages. I think I'd prefer that, because... for me, Umbral Monument doesn't need to be the hardest content. I like differing difficulties in endgame, I do. I like some stuff that's just different, and it's just a test bed. And I think Umbral Monument's a perfect place to have tests to try experiments out, but then potentially maybe having an end stage where that's the EX stage, where it's like, okay, we're going to throw some shit at you now. I'd be down for that, personally.
Me 2 attempts. My team is now fully maxed out. There's nothing I can do anymore to improve my team. The result is that as long as I play like I have at least 1 functioning brain half and I read the mechanics of the stage, it simply becomes a cakewalk because my damage is simply inherently too high. Umbral Monument is not endgame content. I would argue Umbral Monument is in the middle between what endgame content in Endfield should look like.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Again, I don't think endgame has to be the hard content all the time, and this could be considered endgame, but I don't necessarily look at it as endgame. At the mini, it is, because it's kind of all we've got, really, in terms of an update each patch where something new's added, right? That's the mode that you could argue is a bit more difficult than the rest of the content, outside of maybe trying to clear the boss stages in really low times. Other than that, there's not much else. So I suppose people are going to look at it as the end game content because it's all we've got, right?
And casual content.
Bro, me max, right?
This does not mean that Umbral Monument is bad or anything like
that. But at the same time,
Umbral...
I do agree with Moose's point on that, right? That if you're going to get end game content, you shouldn't have to kind of nerf yourself to get a challenge, right? I think that's a fair statement. But again, I don't think Umbral Monument is necessarily that. If CC is 50% the difficulty of the original CC, people are going to stop moaning about difficult content in this game, right? They are, because they're going to play that and be like, fuck this shit, man. I hate it. So I'm not necessarily worried about that. Again, the way endgame in gacha games, for me, what I want to see a myriad. I want to see the really hard content, right? I want to see the really repeatable content, the sort of grind-worthy content. And I want the stuff there that's just kind of switch your brain off because you enjoy playing the game and you kind of just like going through the motions. I think there's a place for all of that in endgame, because sometimes you kind of just want to play the game you're enjoying and do your thing and maybe even practice some certain things a little bit without the real difficulty, but also, you know, have them fight back to a degree to create that environment for you. Yeah, I'm okay with Umbral Monument the way it is. I honestly am. I would like more interesting mechanics that force me to engage with the mechanics and EX stages. But yeah, as long as we get other endgame content that's different, I'm fine with it.
Monument is very, very good and a healthy mode for the game. All we need is simply more content overall,
I agree.
and especially content that is more tailored towards veteran players that have already reached the end of their character progression. I know Contingency Contract is coming, and Contingency Contract is exactly what this game needs. The game in general just needs more content. Honkai Star Rail was a game that, for example, during patches like 3.2, had essentially zero content in the game. You would pull characters and not use them anywhere other than endgame. The game has since then improved a ton, and we now have a billion...
I think all games go through these gacha games, right? Specifically at the start, and they have those patches. Oh, man, who remembers, was it 1.2 in Wuthering Waves? Possibly one of the worst patches ever, in my opinion, in terms of, like, the 3D gacha games. What a fucking dross patch. There was literally... And you say there's nothing to do in Enfield. There was literally nothing to do. If you was caught up in the game, that was a long, dry wank patch. But now some people, a lot of people would consider Wua is in an amazing state, right? So we do have to remember the games, live service games are fluid. It doesn't mean you can't criticize them. You know, it doesn't mean you can't criticize them. I wouldn't, like, you know, I think a lot of people say that when you talk about, well, it's a bit rough to compare this that's in this state compared to this state in terms of time. And people go, oh, we can't criticize the game. I'm not saying that, but I think sometimes you've got to look at the history of other games, see where they're at, and then at least attempt to give the game that credence and be like, okay, let's see what happens. It doesn't mean you can't criticize it as of now. That's true. But, every game's had it right where it's in that state where it's like, fuck, bro, there's really not much to do at the minute. But I don't think it's going to stay like that forever at all. And as somebody who's been taking my time, I've still got plenty of stuff to do in the game in terms of side missions and exploration. And I really like the exploration as well in this game. So I'm kind of happy the state it's in at the moment. But that doesn't mean I don't want better.
Of active content like Anomaly Arbitration.
We're certainly in a state I wouldn't say amazing.
As well as the new
People
Star
would though,
Wars
right?
Challenges coming up next patch. Despite HSR patches being long, you have a lot of different content that you can actively play during that and that get actively updated. At the same time, content like, for example, HSR's Currency Wars can get updated very, very easily.
Currency Wars, is that... I can't remember which mode that is. Is that the one that almost looks like a card game type mode? I'm not too sure. Again, it's been a long time since I played Sarel, so I'm not even sure, you know what I mean?
Us needing to change the mode or anything. They just need to add more content. And I do think that this is the game state that Enfield should be striving for, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the one. Where we end up with a ton of different and unique modes, so that even when we have slow and partially dry patches like this one, where we are now stuck with basically zero content for the next 3 weeks,
I suppose you could say it's a drier patch. I guess the way I've been pacing myself with the game, right, it doesn't feel like a dry patch for me. Great story patch, great character on the banner. The Umbral Monument was fine. I've still got plenty of stuff to do in the game though, so like when you're fully caught up with the gacha game, it's a different experience than when you've left yourself plenty of room to do side missions, exploration stuff, right? And you've been taking your time with the permanent content. You know, I still haven't finished Etch Space fully because, you know, my issues with Etch Space, but I plan to. So, like, if I'm at a point when I jump on Enfield and I'm like, oh, I don't really have much to do, I've got stuff to do because I haven't sped through the game. But that doesn't mean that you should play the way I play, right? Because some people really just want to hammer the game. But you have to understand, if you hammer a game, you are going to be at a point where you don't have much to do. And it doesn't matter which gacha game it is, you're going to be in that position. You are going to be in that position, right? It doesn't matter if it's Genshin, Star Rail, Arc Knights even. Arc Knights, though, just have such a breadth and quality of deep content. But even still, if you go hard enough, you're going to be out of content kind of quickly, right? That is just the very nature of these games. But, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just getting a different experience because I play the game differently, right? Which I'm well aware of.
Still have things that we can
I also believe as well, I'm not saying that Mephisto's saying this, he's talking about it'll be cool to see these varied, unique modes coming, right? But I think there's a lot of people out there who are like, that should be in the game right now. But then every other gacha game didn't have that either. Now, that's not to say it wouldn't be nice for gacha games to launch in that state. Of course it would be. But again, we've got to treat them the same when they're launched, right? And look back and be like, pretty much every gacha game was in that state. The game comes out, it either launches without an end game or with one, but there's not massive amounts of things to do. And then periodically, over the first 6 months to 12 months, you tend to get more added, right? And the end game becomes more fleshed out. I think every gacha game kind of goes through that mode, really. Now, that's not to say that some games don't release with better end game. Of course, that's a fact, right?
And challenge in the game. And it seems to me that Hypergriff thinks the same, as they are adding not only contingency contract, but also this other new game mode where you will only be able to use 2 characters instead of 4. That's like already 2 brand new modes in addition to Umbrel Monument that could be active.
Also, make Edge Space great, please. Just turn it into a proper extraction mode, and I'd love it. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but I don't care. Make that a replayable, grindable extraction mode that actually has stakes. And fuck, I'll be on Enfield all day long.
We updated every second patch in order to give us more content. I would not worry too much about this aspect because Hypergriff is clearly working on it. But I think it's 100% fair to say that things are moving partially slow, and I hope that 1.3 will be a major improvement.
I don't think so, no. If we look back to 1.2 with Wuthering Waves, which a lot of people like to compare the game to, right? 1.2 was trash, but where's the game at now? Most people probably would have argued that at 1.2 we were in a rough state, right? But I am confident that we're going in the right direction. I don't know if I would say we're going too slow. Maybe you disagree. I think it's moving at a fine pace, personally. Honestly, I do. I honestly do. We're at 1.2, right? We've got 2 permanent modes. They're not the most fleshed out. Fair. But the game still has a lot of content. And again, it is a gacha game. Events drop, patches drop, and if you hammer the game hard for a couple of days, you're probably going to burn through most of it, right? And then have to wait for the part way through the patch or the next patch to really get a good amount of content.
In terms of content for the game, I think Wu Ling's Super Chef and the Space Etching event, they're just simple filler events. There's no real substance behind them that we can talk about. They're just super simple daily filler events whose only purpose is to artificially increase the amount of events in the patch, but they...
I agree in that sense, but I also think they're there for people who enjoy the world as well, right? You know, if you didn't play Arknights, you wouldn't have got the nice Easter egg that when you're on the ship and you go to the window and the Long Trail music starts playing. Most people wouldn't even think about that, but everybody who's played Arknights and enjoyed Long Trail, that music hits and you're like, oh, fuck, shit. That's the sort of little tweaks that add a little bit of world building. And of course, you wouldn't want them over really good stuff, but I think as additional side pieces for me, as little side dishes, I'm fine with them, and I actually actively enjoy it when games do that, even if it's just throwaway. As long as it's not replacing genuine content, extra throwaway stuff for me is fine.
Essentially 0 content to the patch itself. Every game has them, it's nothing really noteworthy. And lastly, I personally want to also talk about the factory situation. So first of all, I'm what I would call...
To be honest, I don't want a gacha game to become a second job. If I can clear the patch in a week, fine by me. Exactly. And overall, gacha games are pretty much designed in that way, right? I am the type of person that I would definitely like more repeatable content in these games, but it's about finding that middle ground, right, where it's enough content for somebody who just wants to, as you say, you know, get their fill for the patch and then come back when it gets an update again and go play other games. And then for somebody like me, there's that little bit of, I get that slow burn because I take that content slower, but I've got that repeatable content as well. I think, you know, it's just the way it is, right? That's how the industry is, and it suits a lot of people as well.
Average Enfield player. I like the factory building, but if you were to ask me, it would not be my favorite aspect of the game by a long shot. I enjoy...
I like the factory. I think it's what's really unique about this game, and it is fun to tinker with the factory. I'm not a factory min-max at all. Like, there's a lot of people in my Discord who are. If I'm struggling something with the factory, right, and I'm getting a little bit, especially if it's for something I need, right? More so something that is potentially a count progression. If I have to, I'll just get a blueprint and then I'll tweak it and then I'll be like, oh, okay. And then I end up building out off my own when I feel like it. I'm kind of that person. The blueprints were perfect for me. They haven't stopped me engaging with the factory at all, but they have, it's a quality of life for me, you know, because fundamentally my two favourite things in Enfield is the combat and the exploration. Hands down the things I love. It's why I'm so excited about new areas every time they come to the game, and I can't wait till we see more new areas, because walking around and exploring this game is such a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. And yeah, I'd probably say maybe the exploration is my favorite part, but I really like the combat as well.
Both the exploration as well as the combat way more. And so as a player like that, I have to say that I think this patch went a bit overboard with the factory building aspect.
As somebody who, again, who isn't the factory connoisseur, I'm glad it did, and I hope it continues to do, because it's a core element of the game, and I don't want the game to stretch away from me, because I think we could have some really cool stuff that I probably would be a massive fan of. And also, if I'm on the game and I'm feeling like I want to do something different, but I want to be on this game, the factory's perfect for that. So yeah, I continue to hope. I hope they continue to stick with keeping the factory as an actual important part of the game. Personally, I know that'll upset some people because they hate it, but yeah, I think it's a real core component of the game, and it's what makes the game unique as well.
Starting off, we got Hatter Knight and the expanded Crucible, an even more complicated and more tedious to set up material than, for example, Shurikon, as well as giving us access to a total of 8 Forges of the Sky. The result of that was us being
I think, you know what I'd like to see? Give us more pipeline, you know, in terms of how much I can use, because hitting that limit can be a bitch. It's already happened to Smug Slav, yeah. It's happened to me when I've been getting a little bit too carried away. And I do like the idea that sometimes you push to be efficient with stuff, but I don't know if that's to keeping the game running well design choice, or it's just literally for that exact reason, as I've just said.
Eventually forced to scrap our factory
Pixies more pipes.
and build a brand new one for 1.2. As people have already commented on my previous videos, we get introduced to Shurenite in 1.0 with Shurenite components. Then in 1.1 they instantly add Cuprium with Cuprium components, which results in us needing to basically scrap our entire factory in order to make a new one for 1.1.
I think this sort of stuff, though, it's sort of somewhat important. Now, could they do better? I don't know. I'm not the factory expert, right? But I think it's somewhat sort of important to keep the factory necessary, because a lot of people were like, well, after launch, I'm going to build my factory and then set it and forget it. What the fuck's the point after that? Well, that's the point. You get to a new area, there's a new component, you have to build that to progress. It's going to be the thing, right? I do hope they come up with new ways to build, whether that's potentially like a vertical sense, new ways to do things, new efficiency stuff. But yeah, I think it's kind of needed, right, to keep the factory being iterative to a degree. Could it be done better? Probably. But again, I'm not the factory expert. When it comes to the factory stuff, I treat it a lot more casual than the rest of the game. Like, everything's done. I'm producing all my gear, all the stuff I need to build stuff. But at the same time, I'm not that person who's looking at my output and being like, okay, I'm min-max to fuck yeah, perfect. I'm using the minimum amount of power for the maximum output. I'm able to get certain materials in and output certain materials at a much better rate. And that's great for the people who want to do that as well. I think they found a pretty decent balance for me for the factory. If you don't care about the factory, you don't have to spend a long time engaging with it. You really don't. Just go on YouTube, get some really good blueprints and stick them in your factory area and you're good to go. You might spend, I don't know, half an hour on the factory each patch. If you just wait for somebody to drop some good blueprints, you might have to do the initial little thing to get certain materials to then provide you something that you need to do the rest of the blueprint. But Yeah, I think it's in a good spot. There's a part of it for people who really want to play around with it, but then there's a real kind of chill part for the people who don't care about it. I think they did quite a decent job of balancing it personally.
And now we get Hatanite with Hatanite components, which requires us to set up another new factory. And then for the second half now, they add a...
Problem comes if the factory gets too complicated, the majority can't really interact with it anymore. There is that worry. This is why blueprints came in, right? And this was a worry why some people like Toba who had the worry that, well, introducing blueprints now, people aren't going to interact with it because they're going to be encouraged not to interact with it. I think by its very design, some people are just not going to be interested in the factory, are they? It's just a part of the game. It's like Arknights being a tower defense game. Some people are just not going to fuck with it because it's tower defense. The same way a turn-based game, right? I think it's just a core design element of the game. Some people are just not gonna fuck with. They're just not gonna fuck with. Even down to a blueprint level, they're like, yeah, not for me. But I think the blueprints do a really good job of solving these issues for the people who really don't want to interact with it, but they really like the game.
Another 4 Forges of the Sky, which, depending on your factory layout, might require you to scrap everything and come up with a new one. And I do believe it's fair to say that if you are a player like me who enjoys the factory building, but is not that super into it, this can slowly become more and more tedious. I will not say I'm anywhere near like burning out.
Again, that's what I say. The blueprints are perfect for that situation. Feeling a bit burnt out with the factory. Like I say, been there. Majority of my factory was my own build. If you look at my factory now, I've took some blueprint stuff, right? Because I was at the point where I was like, damn, bro, I'm just not producing these things efficiently. And I honestly don't want to spend time tweaking at the moment. Like, with certain things I have, right? Certain stuff, my own, I've tweaked myself. I've took blueprints, I've tweaked them. But then when I do feel that sort of thing, I just want to get on with something. I want to build this thing and move on because I really want to do this with a character, especially when it's a new character drops and gears attached to it. Fuck it, man. Blueprint. Just do it. Just do it, man. You know what I mean? It's perfect for that, that frustration wall. Hit that wall. Whip out the blueprints.
From factory updates or something like that, but it would be disingenuous of me to not say that it does slowly start becoming more and more tedious. They also did the first AIC factory event, but I think they handled that one as well as possible by giving players who really liked.
Haven't done that event, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it. And has the event finished yet? I don't even know, actually. I really haven't paid attention to that event at all. Because I'm at the point where I was like, I don't know if I really want to mess around with it, honestly. But that's the beauty of it, right? Again, if you do, you just whip out the blueprint and put it all back together. Sorted. Sorted. You know, if you're worried about that, if you're actually worried about ruining stuff, it's done, you know? Event's done. Tourist moments, man. True.
The Shiranite Jade God, which has a way more complex crafting recipe and might require you to reshape your factory, while giving players who don't like factory building the simple option of just crafting normal Shiranite gods, which are very easy to craft and require you to only turn off your heavy Shiranite production, and it doesn't even take up a lot of space. So that in the end, both factory fans and people who dislike the factory building or, you know, are just very neutral on it can get all the rewards without many issues. I will say,
I think,
and this is my...
Again, I think they've done a really good job at balancing the factory. I really do.
Now, I think that one of the reasons why players partially feel overwhelmed by the factory updates is because that was the most of the 1.2 content. Edge Space Salvage is super casual content that can be cleared in 20 minutes. An Umbral Monument is fun, but if you have been playing since 1.0, it should be too easy by now. And after that, you are pretty much just left with map exploration and factory building. I believe people would feel less overwhelmed or tired of factory updates if they had actual long-lasting combat content that they can spend time on, similar to...
I think that's a fair point. But I also do believe people just get burnt out with it because factory doesn't interest them that much, right? The very nature of base building and factory type games they're kind of designed for the min-max, the person who's willing to sit there for a few hours and fiddle with something just to get it just right. Not everybody's like that, right? And it doesn't matter how much other content the game's got, you're still going to find that a frustrating bottleneck for your experience. But he's not wrong that, you know, if there was other content, you know, you can take a break, let me go do that, let me come back. It's a fair point.
How I, for example, don't feel tired of HSR minigame events anymore, since I'm also getting anomaly arbitration updates, currency wars updates, and divergent universe updates all the time.
Variety is the spice of life, right?
My opinion is that this fatigue that some players are feeling from all the factory updates will slowly cease to exist the more non-factory returning or permanent gameplay content this game gets.
I don't know about that. Again, some people just don't like the factory element. It doesn't matter. They see that as shit, right? You know what I mean? They see that as shit. It's like putting that shit on a nice fucking dessert. It's still going to be shit to them. They can attempt to eat around it, but when they have to dip into it, they're still not going to like it, right? I'm not saying he's not wrong in the sense that when you've got more other stuff to do, if you do feel a bit of frustration and you want to continue to play the game, you can go do something else. Granted. I think that's a fair point, but I think some people are just it's a bit of a wall for them. The factory content is right, and that's understandable. Factory type games are not for everybody, and you know what? That's why they created blueprints, right? For the most part, end of the day, it's why they're there, and it's why I don't understand why people were so angry with them. Again, you know, when Tolbrew first said it could be a slippery slope of making people not engage with it, they were the people that were just not going to engage with it anyway and would stop the game, playing the game, because of that disengagement. And some people were like, good. I disagree with that. You know, there's a great game here. Just because you don't like the factory, I like the fact that they've given you the tools to avoid that frustration. It's the perfect balance for me.
And now, before we end things, I want to talk about one last big thing that in my opinion is absolutely hurting Enfield at the moment. Leaks. Or in better words, the lack of leaks. Leaks are bad, but they are necessary. This was an opinion that I had for a very long time, and now with Enfield, I 100% believe that. Basically, when I say leaks, I don't think of story leaks or enemy leaks that spoil the story leaks and potentially ruin the content of the upcoming patch, but I'm talking about playable character leaks as well as their beta.
I'm assuming he's talking about like operator leaks in regards to keeping the hype up. Of course, that sort of stuff can generate hype, or it takes away from big reveals. I think this is just a thing. If you want, you need to be excited for the next patch, and you need to be excited for the next patch right now, maybe, but not for me. I think the only thing you can argue with, where you can consider leaks are positives, I suppose, for some people, is in effect like a clairvoyance, right? Where it's like, well, I can plan for a character, but for the company and for the hype of events, it's much better. And I think it's great to see for once that we've got a game that's not getting leaked all the time. Like, look at the WoW community at the minute. They're kind of in a shambles of thinking, man, the leakers have ruined the Cyberpunk update for them, you know? And somewhat true, right? You know, that you don't get that excitement of, oh, shit. Now, to be fair, when it comes to it, Hyperglyph are good at leaking themselves, because fuck me, the last live stream, they were spoiling the shit out of, like, dudes, shut the fuck up, man. Stop. Just stop. You're telling us too much. So, yeah, we don't need anybody else leaking to us either.
Tests. And for that, let me yet again bring up my favorite gacha game, Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail has a thriving leak community, and we get to see the newest upcoming character in their entirety, as well as the changes they go through. And these beta tests, they can definitely be very emotional. It's thrilling to see a character you like get buffed or completely gutted to the point where it feels like part of the game itself. I know what Morten X Blade does. I have been through the beta of that character.
This is just an individual preference. I can't really argue this, because some people feel like that, right? I don't really care about that stuff, so yeah.
I'm excited for that character and therefore their next patch. Despite the current patch having no content anymore, the sheer amount of replayable and also hard content game modes, as well as the anticipation of following the next upcoming character, and then also being able to pre-farm for that character and theory craft is
again,
in itself.
I think for me, maxes, yeah. I honestly, if it came down to leaks, I'd rather just know about potential endgame modes, if I'm honest, and maybe tweaks and changes to endgame modes. But yeah, I don't really care, because for me, we live in such a world now where nothing's novel, right? I said this in the Sunol video that I recorded, Jesse, which I don't know if I'm going to upload, where the way we do games now is we get trailers, another trailer, pre-alpha, alpha, closed beta, open beta, second open beta, pre-launch test, hundreds of thousands of videos from content creators who've been playing the game for 6 months. Then the game launches and you're like, dude, I feel like I've played this game for 50 hours already. But back in the day, a game had just come out of nowhere and you'd be like, holy shit, this is awesome. It's why it's really nice and fresh when you get games that just come out of nowhere nowadays and you don't hear about them. And you're like, fuck, this is amazing. And it adds to the experience for me. So like, considering we live in that world now where nothing's kind of not spoiled and nothing's novel, I honestly don't mind personally, but I understand people having a different view. I think this is just a personal take, and obviously he's saying that, but I'm just saying, I can't argue with this. It's just, it is what it is, right?
Content for the game. And then tomorrow you have the 4.4 drip marketing coming up. So you are suddenly already hyped for 4.4 and the 4.4 beta. The point is, these kind of leaks are absolutely content, and there are times when subreddits like HSR leaks have more engagement than the main sub. And then your favorite HSR content creator, who for sure did not take a single peek at the leaks, is also bringing out a pre-release guide.
That's true. You get so many content creators do that, right? I ain't looked at the leaks. If this happens to be correct, wow. It's like, okay, Bucko, we know what you've been doing. You don't need to hide it.
From the content creator server 1 week before the patch drops. Enfield has absolutely none of that. There are 0 leaks, 0 marketing, and who would have guessed, 0 guides when the newest character drops. The game just feels dead with the lack of leaks. You are currently stuck for 3 more weeks in 1.2 with nothing to do. No news on the new patch that you can be excited about. Nothing to pre-build. Just nothing. You wait till the live stream, get all information dumped instantly onto you, and then shortly after that get the patch. And I 100% believe that this is also hurting the game a lot with the slow improvement rate and like...
Maybe. I think that's a fair point to say, that potentially it could generate more hype, right? It maybe the streams being brought forward, or potentially drip marketing being improved by Hypergrip. I think there's an argument to be said there, right? I think some companies do drip marketing much better than others. I think those little incremental posts from companies do really get things hyped up. I think I'd rather that than the game to be having massive leaks all the time. I don't, because listen, you know what happens. You get leaks from stuff like that. Guess what else you're getting leaks for? The story's getting spoiled, right? It just happens. You don't get one without the other. It happens.
Of content. And don't get me wrong, leaks suck. They do. I think leaks need to be eradicated, especially when I look at the amount of...
Okay. Wait, so we want leaks to be there because it makes the game hype, but let's get rid of them? Let's give him a moment. I think he's landing here.
Times where actually big community outrage had been caused by unreliable fake leaks.
Yep.
I believe that...
And sometimes real, when characters get nerfed into the ground compared to what they were as well. People get angry about that.
Leaks should be killed off, and things like character betas for the upcoming patch should be official content that everyone should have access to in a similar way certain competitive games do.
Okay, so basically, he's contradicting himself, but I think he's saying what I just said. Instead of you getting that information fed through leaks, it'd be nice if the company drip marketed in a specific way, I guess, which, as I said, I agree with that. I don't agree that leaks are great for hype, but then we should get rid of them. But I think which there could be, right? But I think maybe Hypergriff could improve on drip marketing. I don't know if I necessarily need every change to all the kits to continue to make videos on. But yeah, I think they could improve on drip marketing. You know, I think they could.
Example being League of Legends, which has a so-called PvE server that has all the content of the upcoming patch on it, and technically every player can get access to that server and try things out, like for example the newest upcoming character. That would be insanely
That sort of stuff makes a bit more sense when it's a PvP game though, right?
healthy for the game and at the same time help a lot with content issues. I also firmly believe that gacha developers should in general do patch roadmaps where they actively talk in advance about the upcoming content and characters of the year. I'm saying that as someone who used to play a lot of
I don't know, you're at a point there as a player, clairvoyance is nice, but can it ruin hype? Can it cause bad sales? Yeah, you've got to look at the business standpoint. If they give you the next 8 characters that are coming out, then you can go, sound, I'm ignoring 5 of them, and I'm getting that one. You know what I mean? So they got to balance that right. They need to keep you hyped for every character, really, even if it's not the best unit as well.
Old gacha games, like for example Dragon Ball Dokkan Battle, where you had a JP or CN version.
We do kind of have patch roadmaps, don't we? We have the patch framework,
so
don't we?
As a global player, we're also knowing what was coming up in the following year. I get that gacha developers like Hoyo, Kuro, Hypergriff, whatever, are insanely greedy and want you to know as little as possible about the upcoming patch and the upcoming content to be able to induce as much FOMO as possible into you as a casual consumer. But from a raw content and game state perspective, this kind of secrecy is absolutely hurting the health of the game, and I think Enfield with its zero leak policy is just a really good example of it. Ultimately, the game is improving, but it's very slow. Whether you think it's worth sticking with the game because you know it will only get better, or you want to drop the game because you don't want to stick with a game that needs a lot of time to reach a satisfying game state, is in my opinion preference, and up to every player as both viewpoints are understandable.
Yeah. Depends on how much fun you're having with it in this state as well, right? But again, I think I disagree with that it's been slow, personally. But I don't know. Again, you know, people's perception at times entirely individual, right?
In totality, when you sit down,
we are only on 1.2.
Most of the current issues of Enfield can be solved and summed up with Enfield needs more permanent gameplay content, especially since they clearly had no
true. I think we still have time for that though. But yeah, true.
No idea what they were doing with Edge Space Salvage. I think Enfield has a ton of potential.
He's kind of right about that though, right? You know, Edge Space has so much potential and it's just unfounded. So yeah, I do think that the idea's there, but the implementation just didn't land, did he? It just didn't.
And I do believe that the game will be genuinely incredible by the time we hit the first anniversary, simply because the devs seem to clearly know the shortcomings of the game and are working on them, although very slowly. And with that, I think I have said everything I wanted to say about this patch, as well as the current game state of Enfield. Let me know what your thoughts on the current state.
Okay, so, current state, I disagree with this idea that it's very slowly. Again, that's a preference of what you expect from a developer. But I think if you compare it to 1.2s in Genshin, WoA, Star Rail, ZZZ, I don't think the game's drastically behind those games. ZZZ, I think, was in a decent state. Star Rail was in a pretty decent state, if I remember right. But I think both Genshin and WoA, especially WoA, the fucking 1.2 was dross. Now, I'm not saying that you should look to the worst patches and be like, well, it's better than that. That's a fair statement, but this idea that it's slow, I kind of got to push back on that. I don't think it necessarily is. I think it's kind of on path and on time to your average gacha game of this size, personally. And I think 1.2 was a pretty good patch, if I'm honest. It was a story patch, 1.2 was. And that doesn't mean you can't expect other stuff, because I know there was a big hoo-ha with that with Wuthering Waves, right, where people were like, well, I'm happy having no combat events for like 100 and some odd days because the story's what matters. Story is important, but also other content is as well. And I hope we don't have something like that. But I also think the game, I feel like it's on time. I feel like it's on time, personally. I think the problem is all the other games in the space outside this and NT at the mini are established, and people look at that and go, you know, my rose-tinted glasses tell me the other games were in a much better state than this was at that point, which we all know is just not the case, right? If you're there on launch, and specifically for me, as somebody who was daily player of Wuthering Waves, 1.2 was rough, man. It was so hot, and as somebody who was streaming it daily then, I was lost, man. I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing here? That trashy fucking festival, and the good thing we got out of that was the free character, right? But other than that, that was one of the worst patches that I've ever played in a gacha game, because it was just, there was nothing to do, literally. But I don't think we're at that point with Enfield at the moment. I personally think we're in a decent state. I would like more permanent endgame modes. I would like more repeatable stuff. I would like more difficult stuff, and not just difficulty doesn't have to be just harder, just different as well. I'm not here just saying everything needs to be like CC levels. I don't think it does, but I would like some different stuff. Definitely. I agree with that. I think we got plenty of time. I think we got plenty of time personally. But yeah, I'd love to know what you guys think. I agree with a lot of points in this video and where he's coming from, but I also disagree quite a lot with the time frame. I think we're on track, personally. I think we're on track. But guys, check out Mephisto. He makes good videos. I think we watched it. I think it was a Wua Combat video. I think he was pretty much on point with the Wua Combat video, to be fair. I think he made a lot of good points in this video as well. But yeah, gotta disagree with some. All right, then, guys, should we jump into some Limbus? Should we play some Limbus, boys? Let's play some fucking Limbus. Let's do it. Actually, let's focus on this side. It's a bit too much, yeah. A bit too much. Hey, Vez! Hope all well. It's very well, thank you. Just finished watching your DNA React vid. Always good. Well, do you enjoy the video? Was it alright, was it? Hopefully. Yeah, I think that dude made, I think he made a lot of great points. I still don't know whether to put out this sort of video. I don't know. I think it's a bit too long, man. It's a bit too long, you know what I mean? You fell off for the last few. Yeah, definitely some stuff that I'm like, you know, I think the whole conversation about leaks then just to say leaks should be gone. I think I get what he was saying, right? I understand where he was coming from. He wants something to replace it officially, which is drip marketing, right? But it was a lot of people would look at that and go, what the fuck you on about? But I think I'll get what he was trying to say. And I somewhat agree. I do think Hypergriff could improve on drip marketing, right? I do. As I say, I think some companies are just better than that, aren't they? Man, Limbus does this thing, you know? When you click connect, if you accidentally click again too quickly because you're waiting for the game, it doesn't connect and then it has to close the game. Do you guys get that happening? Like, you know when it says touch to start? If I accidentally click again too quick, the game's like, yeah, fuck off. You knocked my door once. Twice is too much. Piss off. Limbsussy. I'd like less filler events and more ones with substance. I mean, that's fair. I think a lot of people would agree with that. Like, I'm the type of person, right? I'd like both, personally. I'd definitely agree, though, if a filler event's taken away from something with substance. Yeah. And that's argued that you could say that probably is the case, right? I do like my silly little events, so I do. I kind of do. You know, you're playing the game, you've been doing some grinding content, and you've got that little event that you can just do in bite-sized 5-minute spurts, and it's kind of silly, kind of vapid, but at the same time, it's just, yeah, it's just nice, you know? Very badly weighted. Yeah, pretty much. So I need them to manage marketing better, yeah. I think so, right? I think that's what he was trying to say, but he obviously went down that conversation with the leaks as well. But yeah, I agree. Never had that before. Just click start once. Oh yeah, it's when I end up like when I've clicked it and then I'm waiting and then I'm like, what the fuck? Click it again and then, you know, that happens a lot. Okay, so it's not just me. Needs foreplay. You can't just hammer the Limbus line. Give a little tickle. It used to buffer when I did that. It stopped when I downloaded it on my SSD. Does it so much. The DNA was good. I commented, but I could have rambled for another 10 paragraphs. Just cut it short. Game is basically gone. Best to move on and dwell. Yeah. I agree. I think it's a shame. You know, it could have been something nice, but yeah, I think everything was said in the video. Right, they copied something else, which is fine for me. I'm cool with that. They didn't improve on it. right? You know, and it's gonna be its downfall, I think, right? And well, it seems like it's already its downfall. If you're looking at the revenue estimates are correct, the game's not making much money at all. But I don't think that's a surprise to anybody, really. Oh, I need to turn off display cap 2 secs. Shit, that's obvious. Was it over here? Yeah, so I've been recording some footage of this Alabaster Dawn as well. Or because it's a Chromium-based game. Man, it's a bitch sometimes when it comes to recording. You can't game capture it because OBS just won't game capture Chromium stuff. But like, it does this weird stuff, man, when you're display capping. Like, it'll be fine for ages, and then you'll get into a conversation with an NPC, and the game will just start fucking freaking out on OBS, man. It's weird. I don't know why. It's just straight up on OBS, but yeah, you can't game capture on it, which is a shame. But that's a good game as well. Guys, great game. Check it out, man. Check it out. I really, 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 really am enjoying that game. Next Unity's out, by the way. Just a minute, silly tool, time sync, yeah, I'm here for them. All right, sit down, man. Hello. Enfield drip marketed on the... Trust me, the thing was, I think they spoiled too much on the live stream, I do. I really do. Like, do you know what I like? I like what Wua did for 2.0, right? You know, when we got, like, just the little images of the weapons, and that was it. So there was like, fuck, what? Oh, shit, what does this mean? I wonder what this character is. Oh, is that their weapon? Is that a piece of their equipment? What could it mean about the character themselves? I think that's the way to drip market for me. You know, show off a weapon, you know, maybe a little quote from a particular character, maybe a silhouette, maybe like a zoomed in image of some of the clothing or something like that, you know, showing off images of locations on Twitter that you haven't shown anything at all. That for me, I think that's a good way to do drip marketing, because it gets that excitement, right? Because then it gets theory crafting. For me, that sort of lore theory crafting is really fun. When I really enjoyed 2.0's drip marketing, I did, because, you know, I made multiple videos on, like, the Threnodian, you know, Carlotta, Brand, all this different stuff. It was fun, man. It was fun. But I think what Hypergriff did in the live stream, I was watching it, I was like, stop, please. It was too much, man. Oh, really? I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that, Shimriko. I didn't hear about that at all. I agree as well, not Momo. I definitely agree with that. I don't know why they did that. Awesome. Like, one of the most epic cinematic second phases of a boss, and they've ruined it, right? Like, why did they do that? They didn't need to do that. You know, like, because there was enough excitement just seeing Neferith looking badass. Oh, shit, we're fighting Neferith. And then, like, you know, we already knew that there was a dragon phase, and I agree, it would have been much more epic when she did that, and you're like, oh, fuck. You know? Limbus uses silhouettes. Oh, do they? Yeah, I think that's a great thing to do for me, personally. It's a good way to get you thinking, ooh, who's that? And obviously, because of the Arknights IP, you're going to get people who are like, fuck, oh, they're this race or they're that race. Oh, I wonder if it's so-and-so from Arknight, you know what I mean? And I think that starts to generate hype as well then. Who are we putting on at the minute to support, guys? It's, who is it now? It's the middle brother, yeah. The middle big brother. That's who we're using as support at the moment, right? Yeah, 6 plus 60%. Okay, cool. 33. Let's see if we can make this work. See if we can make this work. I feel Hypergriff has a history of leaking shit on their own way. Yeah, that stream, man, it was just like, buckos. Oh shit. Chill the fuck out, man. Relax a little. Relax a little. Yeah, guys, shout out to everybody in the chat right now. If you haven't as well, guys, drop a like on stream. It's much appreciated. It's very much appreciated. We're going to be playing Honor of King's World as well later, guys. I'm actually excited about that. It's a game that I've been waiting to hop into for a while. So shout out to the devs. They actually reached out to me a couple of times in email to say, like, you know, make sure you're what's it in. You're getting signed up. I don't know if they do that to everybody. Probably do. They're making me feel special. They're trying to raise me up, but glad I got in. I want to give it a whirl. Looks like a fun little game, man. Looks like a fun little game. We should just win rate this, really, shouldn't we? Should just win rate this. So, guys, I don't know what time we're going out from meal Saturday. I might stream Saturday before I go out, because me, Rosie, my sister, and my brother-in-law, we're going out for a meal, and then we're gonna go for a couple of drinks afterwards. I can't remember what time we're going, so if I'm up early enough and ready to go, we might do a stream Saturday. I don't know what we're gonna stream, but yeah. Oh shit, we're staggered. The levels might be cooking me here, chat. The levels might be cooking me. Did the registration end for the beta? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I think when I went to the website, there was still a registration option. So you might be able to. I don't know if you'll get in because it started, but maybe. You should try. Enfield did that too, and then people didn't like that. So... What, they showed silhouettes? Did they? I didn't know about that. If any new viewers don't trust, maybe we'll stream pick stuff most of the time. You won't. That's slander. Slander, that is. It's somewhat true. We're definitely more consistent than what we have been. You know, for a while. Especially with like Art Nights, man. We were super consistent. Oh no, it's back. Ear rape's back. We're getting more consistent again. We're locking in. We're locking in, guys. We're locking in. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening, chat. It's gonna happen. Bro, they need to change that, though. It's not slander if it's facts. Truth's on a spectrum, though. You know, it's like, is it? Is it, though? You know? Can you trust your ears and your eyes? You know? I don't know. I think you have to, like, think about it, right? Think about it, man. Your boy Mersault. I've returned. Oh yeah, he's been. They had a password, yeah, so they went to read what sort of messages she'd been sending, yeah, to the terrorists. Okay, you memorized it.
괄호 열고 별 눈물 눈물 그리고 물결 표시와 제곱 기호 괄호 닫기.
Bro, so deadpan with you. Bro, so deadpan with you. Open parentheses, star tear, swung dash, carrot, close parentheses. It's like listening to when Ricardo does his Twitter read videos. you can skip those parts.
알겠습니다. 중요하지 않은 내용 같아 보이는 문장 보호는 생략하겠습니다. 선배가 말한 게 정말인지 알아보려고 했는데
그 망할 새끼 때문에 저는 접근이 어렵네요.
That was really nice, actually. I like that. That was a good bit of editing there to have him start the conversation, then have her voice take over. I like that. I like that. Now you sound like a game journalist, bro. Actually, I'm never going to get into it. We'll be end up talking about that for ages.
저도 나름 팀장으로 진급했는데. 그놈의 최우수 모시기 그거 하나 못 받았다고 안 끼워주더라고요.
Stickers all on a laptop.
무슨 꿍꿍이인지 그놈이 외부에서 조력자들을 구했나 봐요.
Okay, so this is just when we were arriving, yeah, or before we arrived.
신생 회사에서 온다던데 어떤 인간들인지 확인은 안 됐어요.
Nail in the voice.
재수 없고
It'd be funny if he's actually doing that. That'd be hilarious if he did.
그래도.
They're all just standing there like,
그래도
what's he doing?
계획은 작전대로 진행할 거예요.
Okay.
그래서 우리는 찬란한 과거로 돌아갈 거예요.
Succeed and return to a glorious past.
사실 제게 있어서 가장 빛났던 과거는 입사해서 선배를 처음 만났을 때였지만
Okay.
우리의 목표는 더 장대하잖아요. 그러니까 그곳에서 다시 만나는 걸로 해요. 어떤 기술도 존재하지 않았던. 그래서 모든 것이 더 반짝이게 보였을 과거.
So they want to go back to before the tech. All tech or just specific crazy tech?
거기선 날개가 잘리지 않는 닭들이 초원을 날고 있을 거예요.
Their chickens will freely fly over the meadows, their wings uncut.
팔이 잘리는 사람이 생기면 모두가 위로해주고 팔이 없어도 함께 살아가는 법에 대해서 배워나가겠죠.
Okay. So that, in a sense, you know when you have the prosthetic, the anti-prosthetic people, these are just anti-tech people then? They want to go back to a more, I guess, agricultural landscape? I'm guessing that, right? I'm assuming they mean, like, technology in general, right?
풍족한 음식과 문명, 우리가 누렸던 모든 자원들은 이제 없겠지만
Okay, yeah. We may not be able to enjoy sumptuous feasts or convenience of modern civilization, so I'm guessing so, right?
아무것도 없는 그곳에서는 온종일 걸을 수 있을 거예요.
What would you do about all the anomalies and stuff, though? If you don't have stuff to fight them? Wouldn't you just be opening yourself up to get massacred?
작전에는 외부 해결사들을 데려갈 생각이에요. 제 후임들은 앰플에 지나치게 익숙해져 있거든요. 비약적인 발전을 거두는 것에 누군가의 아픔과 고통이 깔려있을 수밖에 없다면 저는 그 모든 풍요로움을
포기하겠습니다.
I really like that. That's cool effect.
잘 지내세요. 그럼 이만.
You want to go back to when we shoved children up chimneys? You know what, though? At least we'd have less annoying kids online chatting shit in comment sections and stuff. So, hey, you know, silver linings and all that. You know, put them to work, I say. You know, let's get something out of it, man. You know what I mean? It's a joke. Go either way, and somebody will take that. But, oh my god!
별별 하트 하트 하트.
그것까지는 됐다니까.
모종의 수혈 혹은 암호일 수도 있기 때문에 생략해야 할지 고민되어 판단을 유보하고 필요한 정보일 가능성을 배제하기보단 관리자님이 추려내는 판단이 보다 합리적이기에 나는 그저 있는 대로 나열했을 뿐이다.
Dude, I love the way he talks. And actually, good point as well, right? Actually, good point, to be fair. Maybe, or if it, well, that's what I was kind of thinking, Wiseman. I was thinking that, but I don't know. So there was part of me was thinking that maybe, right? Well, I don't even know. At least with Lobotomy Corporation, I know that some of the fucked up shit was definitely because what they were doing. But I don't even know.
아이러니하네요. 그나마 다행이랄까요. 슈렌느 씨가 아까처럼 해방연합 대원들이 무자비하게 연구원들을 학살하고 있는 장면을 못 봤던 게.
죽는 순간까지 믿었겠지. 자신이 하고 있는 일은 폭력을 끊어낼 고결한 대의라.
I don't know. Well, she kind of said that the pain and suffering was worth what they were aiming for, so maybe she would have found a way to justify it, right?
그래도 역시 그렇게 믿은 채로 죽는 편이 나았을 수도 있겠네.
Because she says the children desperately yearn for the mines. Bro, I saw a wild comment from XQC. It was funny as fuck though. Like, I can't remember who he was talking to. And a dude went, why is it that when people, lots of people become billionaires, they end up going on to be nonsense, let's just say, right? And it's the way he leaned in as well. XQC like leaned into the mic and went, there's nothing to do late game. And I was like, holy shit, I couldn't know. It was funny as fuck, I think. It was just wild though, man. The way he just came up with it on the spot, I was like, holy shit. The only time he was fluent. Exactly right. Instead of that, he actually spoke fucking concise fucking English, right? Oh shit. Oh shit.
그려낸 대로.
Not a single stutter, right? Shremmer's textbook suck it into the cause. Seems it, yeah. Definitely a bit of idealism for her, right? Nonsense making lucid, you know.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨을 다하도록 베어낼 뿐. 이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라. 승객 무력 확인.
Try lips, man. Chat lips, chat. What chat lips? Oh, look at that resonance. Not perfect, but
승객 무력 확인.
yeah, I'll just find that clip funny as fuck, man.
충전 기능 점검.
Shwing.
점검.
What's this? What's the new Otis character saying then, chat? Do you know what the what a deal is?
공간을 뭉갠다.
Rip dimensions. Critical.
내가 시범을 보이지.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy with how Ryoshu's turned out, because she's great on my team, right? But like not having any of the House of Spider units and her not being able to take advantage of the rest of a kit. She's not broken for me, which is actually really nice. Obviously she's quite powerful, but not stupidly so, right? So I'm actually happy about that. I'm happy about that. So is the House of Spiders? I don't even know, you know. I don't know about the other ones. Chat, fill us in. Are they all really powerful? She's middle ID, so she'll be bleed / burn and envy resistant resonance. Depends if they stay true to the original she's based off. Oh, okay, Canto 9 stuff. Yeah, and I'm cool with that. It's perfect for me because I kind of want it like that, right? With a game like this, I'm kind of playing it a little bit like Ark Knights. I don't want ultra cracked units at the start of the game. Now, if I have to, I'll, use what I need to use. I'm not gonna be. It's not an E1 game. I'm not gonna be doing that. But I want that starting experience, what people had when they first played, right? Because sometimes in gacha games that do have a bit of difficulty on launch, if you come in 3 years later, that difficulty's not there anymore because you get all the cracked units that just steamroll the early content, right? And I want to have a close to true experience as I possibly can.
지금.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just playing through them. To be fair, for the rewards. Collecting middle team, middle family all the way. Must admit, I do like charge because it's simple and I understand it. Well, at least at a base level, anyway. I'm sure there's some stuff I don't. A spider's very strong and very diverse pairs of IDs, at least until you put them in with Ryoshu and she just eats them all. She's the female spider then, yeah, after mating, right? Just eats the male spider. And then probably ends up getting ate by the babies. In terms of spider world, right? There's a lot of spiders do that, right? Dude gets his rocks off and then the woman bites his head off. Like, damn. Rip. No only basing her on shame. Let me tell you, playing Canto 9 with level 40 units, just relying on what I got. Fucking euphoric when winning. It's a pleasure, right? Obviously, I don't know about that specifically. I want the resonance. But, yeah. Like, it's less such a thing now. Because I've got really good units in Arc Knights, but, like, up until, like, Chapter 8 was such a thrill. Now, don't get me wrong, I still really enjoy Arc Knights, right? And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of roadblocks ahead. But, yeah, man. Winning some of those stages. Genuine good gaming moments, man. You know, genuine good gaming moments. This mantis that eats a male. Some spiders do it as well, don't they? Pretty sure some spiders do it as well.
이미 도달했다.
I didn't know mantises did though. I'm sure spiders do, yeah. I mean,
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
I'm sure. Female spiders of several species. Alright, shut up. Oh, you guys can't see this. Anyway, female spiders of several species eat males after mating, a behavior known as sexual cannibalism. The most famous examples include widow spiders, orb weaving spiders, jumping spiders, and lace web spiders. Damn. Rough times, man. Rough times. Just want to get your rocks off and end up getting ate. Damn. And I ain't getting ate in the good way either. That's rough.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
Sexual cannibalism. Speak up, Professor, right? Get it, man. Just hear fucking Ryoshu's sword and heavy breathing. Sex was to die for, right? It's like brings a new meaning to the word. She'll be the death of you one day, mate. She'll be the death of you. It's like fucking two, right? Did she suck your dry while doing thing? Oh my days. Some spiders do liquefy fucking the innards, right, as well. Suck it out. So, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a next level pleasure before lights out. Probably not though. I gotta start reading into the kits a little bit more, man. I really have. Speaking facts, my brother. What's worse, sexual cannibalism or being a male anglerfish? What's the deal with male anglerfish?
이미 도달했다.
So good the inside's got mushy. Just off the charge, bro. Can't repass it either.
시범을 보이지.
Oh yeah, I remember that actually. Yeah, it's like a parasitic relationship. Yeah, Yeah.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
이미 도달했다.
Yeah, I have heard about that actually. Yeah, nature's fucking wild, isn't it? Oh, I can't still rip ass. Bucko.
그려낸 대로.
Lads, I need to get my hair cut, man. I should have gone yesterday. I had the day. Obviously, I was waiting for the car, but it's only round the corner. I was lazy. We should have gone and got it done though, because my hair, it's getting a bit crazy, boys. You know, it's getting a bit crazy, man. A little bit long.
다음은 어디요? 다음은 어디요? 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
Yeah, dude. We know so little about our oceans, don't we?
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Damn, that's rough, Licks.
아직
Shit.
모자라.
Thank God Sinclair was the MVP. Who needs Sinclair to come step up his game up, man, for the sake of Arias? Wait, why do I have insufficient? What time did I reach? What time did I consume my what's it yesterday? Yeah. I got 13 boxes. That's enough, right? Yeah, I said this in my video. I do prefer when games don't have any stamina attached to stages, right? Just keep it a farming thing. I know there's ways to replenish it, but I'd rather that not be a thing. I'd rather just keep that, you know, focus for what's here. Epic, so do you know how to tell skill rank? What, in this? Whether those oceans can say they're straight up horror entities. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's getting a bit tight now. We might have to do some leveling. I think I suffer from thalassophobia. I really do. Like 4 stages. Yeah, we'll have to use more boxes. I did my best to ignore the fierce glare at my clock from below. Oh shit. Yo, these dudes look badass. These are gonna be a problem, aren't they? These guys are emitting aura. Dudes, these look sick. I know, just a group of staff walking this way carrying an imposing aura. Exactly. Unlike any other K-Corp employee we've met.
회사에서 온 직원인가 보고. 어이, 저쪽에 그 대피 못한 연구원들이 보였는데 말이지.
Excision staff. They ignored Gregor's rather words and proceeded upstairs.
저들의 목적은 구출이 아니에요. 침입자의 제거 및 기밀 기술에 대한 보안을 담당하죠.
Okay. The cleanup crew. Dongrang interjected like he's always been here. I suppose he's got done with the call.
구조는 1등급들의 몫이잖아요.
Okay.
1등급이면 해결사와 같이 엄청 높은 직원들인 것 아니오? 아, 역시 고결한.
예? 둥지에서는 1등급이 제일 낮고 숫자가 높을수록 우수합니다만.
뭐지? 그렇다 해도 목숨을 구조하는 일엔 귀천이 있을 수 없는데 어찌 역할이 나뉘어 있다는 것인가?
숫자는 돈처럼 많은 게 기분이 좋잖아요. 이야기가 조금 길어졌는데 걱정할 거 없어요. 승희는 무사히
Bigger is
받아들였어요.
better. That's what you used to tell yourself as a kid when, like, a sibling or a cousin or something, you know, they won at something that was like, I'm number one, and you'd be like, well, two's bigger than one anyway, you know? That was your clapback.
뭐? 승인? 무슨 승인?
원래는 이런저런 서류 작성도 해야 하는 것 같은데 위기 상황이니까 절차는 최대한 건너뛰기로 하죠. 괜찮겠지, 삼조 씨?
Okay.
뭐 사흘하고 반나절 정도 야근하면서 보고서를 제출하면 어떻게든 될 것 같군요. 그리고 엄밀히 말하자면 저분들을 보고도 안 하고 연구실로 데려온 것부터가 문제였습니다.
아니 그러니까 무슨 승인인데?
아무래도 동백이 그곳으로 향한 것 같아서요. 감상실.
Screening room.
정말 보안 절차가 까다롭거든요.
Okay.
감상실? 말만 들어서는 무엇을 하는 곳인지 감이 안 오네.
보안이
It's
까다로울
like the
이유도
post office.
모르겠고요.
Extremely convoluted.
연구실의 제일 꼭대기에 있어요. 원래 접근하기 까다롭게 해놓으려면 둘 중 하나잖아요. 지하에 감춰놓던가 제일 꼭대기에 올려두던가.
Tracks? Tracks?
거기구나.
Get that charge. So you just have basic K-Corp's elite staff. They're pumped full of drugs and kept in tanks of drugs until they're needed. Also K-Corp's standing army in case of wing conflicts. Are they kept in tanks? I guess they're a little bit like as eviscerators. More ammo. So I'm just closing some tabs. As you mentioned, for ease of combat, honestly, I find it helps a lot of people. So, yeah, you can tell what rank skills are based on how big detailed their borders are. Like with how rank 1 rank skills are tiny little flames, rank 3 skills are full-on blazes. Oh, do you mean these borders here? Is that what you mean? Like actually around them? Actually around the little symbol though? Ah, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Ah, okay, okay. Nice one.
그려낸 대로.
Learn something new every day. Okay, nice one, chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't know that. So that's the thing. When people was like, "Oh, try out skill 3," obviously I couldn't look in the kit, but like sometimes I was like, "How do I tell off the bat what's a skill 3?" So okay, that actually helps. Cheers. I get to it, don't I?
내가 시범을 보이지.
Am I allowed to do that in Corp? He doesn't shoot anything, does he? I haven't got.
이미 도달했다.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Well, God applies to enemies as well. Makes sense.
낮도 밤도 지.
Guys, I'm going to be playing, fuck, what's he called now? Shit, what's he called? Echo... I forgot what it's called. It's coming out soon, though. There's a demo on Steam. It's a deck building, turn-based game. It looks really cool, man. It looks really cool, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I can't make space. Repairs! Tell the relative pair of a skill and enemy uses base on the border. Alright, nice one, chat. Let's go.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
I'm trying to figure out how long did that react last for today. I don't know if it was because every time I try and think, you know what, let's keep this react to like 30 minutes or less, and it always goes above. But to be fair, it makes it more transformative, right? I really don't like to take a 20-minute video and be like, right, let's make this a 25-minute react, because at that point you might as well just go watch the video. Why are you even watching? That's the one, Canis. That's it. Yeah. That game looks kind of fire. Actually looks kind of cool. I'm looking forward to checking that out, actually.
거기구나.
Like the way I look at React content as well, because it is slot, easy to make right. But I like watching React content myself because I like to see conversations I do, and it's a one-way conversation, right? Well, in a sense, it's two-way, you know. But the person reacting is able to refute and rebuttal points made that the other person able to have a comeback instantly. But it's just it's an enjoyable enjoyable conversation to have, like, if you come into it in good faith, right? And you can disagree on things and say, I think you're a bit of a wild take there, but as long as you keep it, above board, like. Yeah, thanks for the sub, man. I think there's a place for it. I do. And I get it. Some people hate it, and I understand. They're like, well, why wouldn't I just go and watch the initial video? Which is a fair point. I like consuming it and I like making it, actually. Just attack the character of the big creator for an extra 20 minutes of calling critique. True. Actually, you know. It's transformative. His video was 20 minutes. I made it into an hour and a half. I spent an hour and 10 minutes shitting on him. As the use of a Ryoshu. I'm like, you know, I obviously can't use it to a full ability because I don't have any characters for it to consume. But, which is better for me because being new, I will let her do her thing. Thank you. Considering, like, I want to experience the new player experience, it's better having her like this for me, because I get to use a new character because I really like her, and she's quite decent from our team, but she's not stupidly broken where she kind of invalidates the content. So, yeah. A good faith engagement, exactly right, exactly. If the reacts are good and give another viewpoint, it can help seal sides. Exactly, yeah. I think that's correct. I agree as well. I don't like seeing React content where somebody just attacks the creator. Now, if that creator's calling that person out, different, right? You know? Or you're calling out somebody like saying Tontas and you're using clips of their content to say, look at the terrible things they're doing. That's different. That's beef. Right? But yeah, when you're watching somebody else's video that they've potentially spent weeks on some videos, and you're there just to attack them as a person. Yeah, it's not great, man. And especially when you got some of the audiences of some of these content creators that do that, will eat it all up and then go and attack that other CC. And it's just like they're just in their lane doing their own thing, and then this community and the retard CCs like coming at them. It's not good for gacha. It's not good for the creator space. It doesn't improve content or games either. And we've all seen that, right? We've all seen that, like recent events have proved as much, right? Although for my most recent content, React content, boring slop, there are a couple of React YouTubers who actually delve into the song, meaning behind it, and theory on it. Catharsis does this pretty well. Okay. Yeah, when it comes to, like, I'm not, like, expert in music, right? I'm just a layman. But I like music like how anybody else likes music. I try to do that myself when I'm reacting to, like, music. I can't talk about, you know, the specifics, sorry, of, you know, the composition of something. But I do like to try and talk about how it makes me feel and what I'm picturing as well. Because, you know, that's what music is, right? It's all about emotion and feeling, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. Like, don't get me wrong. Somebody who, like, I don't know. At this point, I'd say it's about 50% right. I do my own videos and I do React content and obviously live streams as well. React content, it's slop, right? It's easy to do. Don't get me wrong, there's people who are better at it, but it's not hard to watch another person's video. And then how some people do go, true, through the entire video. You know, or just sit there watching somebody's content and then at the end go, anyway, that was a great video. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next react. It's like, damn, bro. You really just be out here stealing people's content? That's why, like, you know, I've had people comment on my react stuff sometimes saying, dude, stop pausing the video so often. I'm like, but if you want to watch the video, I'm not here to take views away. That's why I don't put videos up straight away. I let other people's content breathe. But it's like, if you want to watch the video, just go watch the video. Like, we're here to have a conversation about the topic, not the video itself, if that makes sense. That's the way I see it anyway. End of the day, if somebody's made a banger video, go support them, watch that banger video. You reckon we'll get away with this? Let's see if we can get away with this. Don't forget to plug the Patreon. True. Yeah. Him with the TikTok emote stream. Right. Right at the end as well, you know. If you want uncensored and unedited reacts, come over to my Patreon, guys, where you can pay me to watch somebody else's video. Oh, shit. As you might have seen earlier, that's Meryl. In fact, I met him once at a job interview for B Corp once.
뭐? 삼조 씨, 비사 면접도 봤었어?
물론 1순위는 K사였지만 애초에 저 같은 영재도 되지 못한 범죄들은 날개란 날개에 서류라도 다 넣어본단 말입니다.
Fair. Jobs market's rough nowadays. There were corpses around Meryl. Appalling. Meryl, appalling. Couldn't begin to describe their state. Begin, sorry. I'll be prepping some XP tickets soon. I think you're gonna need them. I did buy some more, I think, with the event currency.
이런, 잠시만요. 화장실 좀.
Have a look. I'll have a look in a sec. I need a poo. Sam Joel turned pale and ran, covering his mouth with a hand. Oh, it's gonna be sick.
우리 연구원들은 반항조차 하지 못했을 텐데요.
K사 직원들도 주먹 한번 내지르지 않았던 내 동료들을 곤봉으로 얻겠지.
우린 니놈들의 대장을 찾고 있다. 어딨지?
내가 궁금한 건 너희는 어떻게 살아있느냐야.
아, 그 개같은 살인 기계들 해치우지 못할 정도는 아니었지. 폭탄은 좀 아팠지만.
아니, 폭탄은 전멸 용도가 아니었어. 수단이었지. 란과 슈렌네의 계획에 변수가 생긴 거군. 너희 정체가 뭐지?
Bouse broke her silence.
기술이 없는 시대로 돌아간다 한들 당신들은 안식을 얻을 수 없어요. 이미 한번 기술이 주는 풍족함에 맛본 사람들은 그 이전의 시대를 견뎌낼 수가 없죠. 부자들 사이에서 뒷골목 여행이 유행했던 것도 동일한 삶을 돌아보고 자신이 쥔 것에 만족하는 시간이 되는 것뿐. 그 시대를 거슬러 올라 살아갈 사람은 드물죠.
그래서 난 말이 많은 사람이 싫어. 설명해 주는 것도 질색이고.
The grass is greener on the other side. He's a strong thing, right? You know?
저는 그다지 말이
Doesn't always work out too well, though.
그리고 제게 있어서 설명이 필요한 연력은 없어요. 견해의 차이가 궁금할 뿐.
우리 중엔 워프 열차를 타는 사람이 없어. 더 이상 도시의 고기도 먹지 않지.
Okay.
실체를 알게 되면 뒷골목 여행 같은 얄팍한 마음 따윈 가질 수도 없어.
What do they eat then?
저보다 대단한 것을 아실 저희 집안 어르신분들은 너무 잘 이용하시던데요?
대중들은 무지해서 직접 눈앞에서 보여줘도 대다수는 믿지 못해.
그래서 내린 결론이 이거냐? 다 없애버린 후에 아무것도 남지 않은 세상에서 살게 해주기.
너 같은 놈들은 이해 못해.
아니, 알 것 같은데? 좋게 말해도 말귀를 못 알아쳐먹는 놈들이 대부분이라서 여기저기 좀 뭉개지고 얼굴이 쥐어 터져봐야 나 같은 놈한테도 공감이라는 걸 하게 되더라고. 그럴 땐 그냥 싹 다 부숴버리면 어떨까 싶어.
만약 다음에 새 멤버를 뽑게 될 날이 있다면 학력은 예외로 둬보겠어.
히스클리프 씨가 학력을 밝힌 적은 없지만 이해가 안 될 내용은 아니네요. 그래도 이런 방식은 선을 넘었죠.
Some of them bodies do look pretty mutilated. If in the city, even the rich aren't safe. They're safer, but not safe. Oh, yeah, we saw that with what's happened in the nest as well, right? You know, the people who are considered in a, as you say, a safer environment. Yeah, we saw what happened to some of them.
거기구나.
이 순간이 다가오고 베어내리라.
Heathcliff hitting him with the street smarts as well, right?
거기구나.
이 순간이 다가오고
Extortion's kidnapping, kidnapped by the corp suit, yeah.
이미 도달했다.
The rich quite literally do poor people fights on their balconies and bet on who wins. Like bum fights. Anybody ever remember that?
낮도 밤도 치 숨이 다가오고 베어낼 것.
You on him? Went to bed quite late last night, though, to be fair. I was a naughty boy. A very naughty boy. Doubles. Gaga. Moco. Levels are showing a little bit here, I think. Your first Sinclair ID, was he? Yeah, man. He's up until Ryoshu. He's been my boy, you know. Been my boy. He's been my clash winner. MVP.
제법 지쳤나 보고. 기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
I ain't got the charge anymore. You know what?
그려낸 대로.
Second shot. Just need to check something.
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
Sinky Gemel just fucks. Oh, this music goes hard. Oh, we gotta go for that resonance, right? We gotta go for the resonance, right? Yeah, yeah. Get that resonance in. And can't repass. Just get the double charge then if we can, yeah. if you ever, and I hope you do reach Canto 8 and explore the rich lifestyle a bit, well, as long as the game doesn't, like, hit me with a wall that I am incapable of overcoming, which I don't think is going to be the case. I hope it's not going to be the case. I plan to play this all the way through. I'm really enjoying it. Unless some unforeseen circumstances happen, or like some new game comes out that's just so amazing I can't put it down and play anything else. Yeah, I plan to do everything in this game. Otis and Don Saga Joe.
제법 지쳤나 보. 승객 무력 확인. 공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
Took a bit of a beating there. We weren't really using our skills effectively though. I was just trying to chain my colours a little bit there. Getting a bit carried away with resonance, boys. I mean, if you really want to, you can cheese most of the walls. I hope I don't get into that position. I do like these sort of games where there's, you know, potential a little bit of thinking to get around stuff. I hope that I can do that, right? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. For 48 onwards, there's pretty similar difficulty level. This Canto was all struck by the ending of this and made me love this game even more. Yeah, a lot of people have said Canto 3 you'll decide whether you carry on, but it just gets better after that. So yeah, we will see. We will see. I'm looking forward to those. So far, as a I've really been enjoying it. I've really been enjoying it. I'm still surface level with the combat, but liking what I'm doing. Especially in the focus fights, obviously there where the game shines, right? And the story's great. First wall has a pseudo-paid counter now with the addition of heat. Canto 6 does have a couple of somewhat difficult fights here, but intervalos after Canto 6 start making you think a bit more, and then Canto 7 ends up kicking you in the balls a few times. You might change your stream. Right, okay. Finish your stream like, yeah, fuck this game. I think the biggest struggle I've had so far was the bull. It wasn't a massive struggle, but it was the one that, like, took a couple of fights and was like, okay, oh shit. Alright, we need to switch up a little bit here, right? We had that one dungeon fight where it was it required us to play some smart clashes to keep Otis alive through the fight, but that was really fun, that was. Canto 5 is where you basically know the combat will get up. Okay. That's why I'm trying, even though I'm learning slowly, because it's hard for me to ingest information while I'm streaming, right? Even though I'm learning slowly, I'd rather learn slowly now than steamroll it with supports and powerful units, and then get to a point where I'm like, I'm hitting a wall, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? And then you get filtered then, right? Because you hit a wall and you're like, oh god, you don't know what's going on, why? And yeah, it can be a bitch. Alright boys, I'm allowed to have sugar as well from today. Probably gonna wait till the weekend though. You know, eyelids twitching. Means that could be a sign of being tired, right? I am kind of tired today though. recommend Joy Ishmael and Gripper Sinclair. They cleared it for me after the... I really wish they would change that though. That shit's ass. That might be the thing that makes me get filtered by this game. It does me head in. I don't know why they chose that. You body craze. Do you know what? I haven't really. I must admit, it's been a lot easier than I thought. The first 2 weeks, I was like, oh, I'd really like a beer. Because I do enjoy a lager, I do. Not for the sake of getting drunk. I just like a lager, I do. I've had a couple of non-alcoholic beers over the last month, which I made sure to get 0 sugar ones. But yeah, I haven't really craved it. Like, I've been struggling when I've been wanting a snack, because it's just like things like nuts for the most part and really like boring stuff. But meals, fine. Drinks are fine. I've been drinking a bit too much orange juice, which is not great for your teeth, and drink too much of it, you get the shits. But yeah, like, yeah, I think that I think one thing I wanted as well was a couple of days where I was like, I wouldn't mind a Chinese takeaway. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind a Chinese takeaway, but like, you just don't know what they're putting in, and then like a lot of stuff they use to bond stuff and stick flavors and stuff as like what is it, Metrodox? I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically like a sugar additive, right? I've even stayed away from stuff with sweeteners in, because although sweeteners don't act in the same way for most people, some people can get insulin spikes from sweeteners. Although it's a lot lower and a lot less, some people do react. But stuff that tends to be sweeteners, whether it's something like Coke Zero or something like that, where it doesn't have sugar in, those sort of drinks can cause sugar cravings, right? So I've kind of tried to stay away from those, just to not torture myself, really. But yeah, it's and trust me, I have felt so much better, so much better. Like I'm sleeping better. When I wake up, I've got way more energy. I've got more energy through the day. I just feel better in general. Do you know what I mean? It's been a good experience. I'm gonna extend it. As I say, we're going out this weekend. Gonna have a couple of beers. Gonna have some food out. So I don't know what's going to be in the food, and obviously the beer's got sugar in. And I'm just gonna continue it. But it's not gonna be like strict 30 days. No, it's gonna be like, right, just be as good as possible, and then here and there, if we decide to go out, we go out, kind of thing, right? Because yeah, I want to keep it up, man. EY.
부른 거요?
네 친구라고 들러붙어대는 저자 무슨 관계지?
The real questions. The real questions.
보이는 그대로 끊어진 지 오래된 년이야.
난 원래 간섭하는 것도 싫고 긴 말은 더 싫어하지만
I love Ryoshu.
아무것도 모르는 척하는 저 동랑이라는 새끼 웃음이 가증스러워서 말해주는 거다. 깔끔하게 비어있어서 더 추했던 눈에 띄는 그 책상. 그 밑에 니놈 이름표가 붙어있었어.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, thought he was special then, right? I remember Faust saying, this is where I worked out that he was the one he knew, because Faust said she wouldn't consider herself talented, because she's above talented, right? But she'd consider Yi-sang talented, right? He was planning to give Yi-sang that position all along.
말로만 듣던 헤드헌팅이라도 꾸미고 있는 걸까요? 기업 간의 도의에 어긋나는 행위거나 그런 거 아닌가요?
한참.
Baffled.
또 뭘 줄여 말하는 건데요?
I think she's just saying baffled, right?
안 줄였다. 환장하게 쓰니 한 말이다.
Yeah, I love Ryoshu, man. I love her.
주황머리. 뱃일을 오래 했다고 했나? 해결사로?
Don't even call her Ishmael. Orange hair.
날개나 회사들에 대한 환상이 지나치다. 대호수에 오래 떠있더니 상식이라는 것도 물고기 떡밥으로
Well, considering
던져버렸나?
I go out on the Great Lake then, and we don't know much about outside the city. I know there's people who live out there, right? Haven't people like traveled across the lake. Is it a sea? Is it an ocean? Is it just an inland body of water? Couldn't they travel along the coastline for as long as possible to see what's going on there? Have little excursions in and out or is the dangerous stuff out on the boats as well?
이 세계에서의 도의, 도리 따위를 따지다니. 유머로서는 제법 우습군.
기업 간의 인재 스카우팅이나 이직은 이익과 효율에 따라 이루어진다.
You'll find out later. Okay.
너도 촌뜨기나 다름없구만. 아니지, 배뜨기냐?
Bolt Billy. Even if that was the case, this really is strange. He's not taking Yi-Sang's thoughts into account at all.
괴념치 마시오. 마음이라는 것은 썩 변변찮은 것이니 박제당하는 삶이 퍽 익숙하오.
Quite used to the life of being taxidermied.
괴념치 않는다니요? 이상 씨, 이곳에 입사한 이유가 애초에 저희 모두 같은 제안을 들었던 게 아닌가요?
The job offer? In my case, I was promised I'd get my aspect carved. I could barely remember a thing, but as soon as I heard that word, I nodded as if I was possessed. I acted like I knew my only choice would be to accept it.
만약 이곳에 입사를 한다면 그리한다면 간절히 원하는 것을
매일 밤 자기 전마다 되뇌어 오던 것을.
그래, 불가능하다고 생각했던 것을.
이뤄줄 수 있다고 말했었죠. 분명히.
우리에 대해 대체 얼마나 치밀하게 조사를 해온 거야?
아까 읽었던 그 소망을 이루어주는 동화? 딴 데가 아니라 여기 있었네.
They're taking a note out of the library's book there, you know? Instead of a book popping up to kind of like, or a note or whatever it was to offer you the fix for your problems, so you end up going into the library. It sort of feels akin to that, right?
사실 그 소망조차도 허무에 지나지 않은 바람이었어.
사실은 그렇게 간절하지 않았다 이거야? 그러면 너는 여기에 왜 입사했냐?
그저 하도 걷다 보니 발이 너무 아팠어. 그리고 눈앞의 버스는 퍽 편안해 보였다오.
그게 끝이 아니었을 텐데. 우리는 모두
거기까지.
Did the bus kind of act like what I remember stuff acting like from Library of Runa then? Like literally people finding something to be like, oh, this will solve your problems. Feels like that,
취업
right?
규칙 중엔 입사 계약서의 구체적인 내용에 대한 누설 금지도 포함되어 있습니다.
같은 처지인
But rather than
주제에
like
혼자
come
으쌰는
fight
척.
this, like it's like come work for us and we'll sort you out. Acting all high and mighty when you're in the same boat with the rest, foul.
계속 나아가죠.
That's when a thought struck me. Unlike most other sinners, Yi-Sang wouldn't vocalize his pain. Because of that, I would often discover his injuries late. Has he been holding all that pain? I was reminded of that void in his chest I caught a glimpse of. Was he keeping it in? Or was it spilling out? Interesting.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Yeah, I'm interested to find out about the lake and stuff.
이미 도달했다.
Get pierced. Can't wait for as far as not had a Canto yet then. I'm assuming.
충전 기능 점검.
Stop mill salt outages and phase left. Keep getting better and better.
숨이 타도록 베어냈군.
Are these guys working on a new game? Do you know? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, I've still got plenty left in this to do yet, but just curious. Because obviously, like, it seems like all of the games. Well, I think at least Limbus has been an actual commercial success, right? From what I've been told about some of the things the developers have said and stuff. Well, there seem to have been critical successes, right? You know, they're acclaimed games from what I can see. The people who've played them seem to have real positive thoughts about all three games, right? So I was thinking, my assumption is they're probably working on something else, right? And those so far have been added in order we were introduced to the sinners. Oh, okay, okay. Project Moon hasn't been making news about a new game yet. It's in the plans. They've all close plans for a new game. Lob Corp 2. Has there been any news? People making of the game. I want to, but Limbus takes up a lot of resources for a team of around 16. Is that how big the dev team is then, is he? Not currently, I don't think. A desire. Okay. They're going to be working on Limbus for around 10 years. Really? Shit. This is the first act of the story. So, do you think if this is the first act of the story, every character gets a Canto, do you reckon that in the next act, phase, or whatever there is, if the game's going to go for that long, do you reckon there's going to be a new cast of characters that come into the game? Or do you reckon they'll just continue this cast and keep doing the IDs?
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Next game's going to be about dating sims. Yeah, Dante's Book and 3 parts Inferno, where we are Purgatory and then Paradise. Doubt. Think they'll continue with the same cast for consistency. Because every character gets a Canto, then in Act 2 it's supposed to be that everyone gets like a follow-up. Okay, yeah, I was wondering that if they're like considering, you know, okay. Just more of these casts is slightly the answer from everything we know. Okay, alright. Yeah, just curious about that. So far from what they've been doing with the story, like, for me, I think keeping the cast we've got now, you know, I think it's what's helping with the strength of the story so far, right? But yeah, that'd be interesting. I was just thinking that, like, until you guys said that, I was thinking, like, once I've done all the Cantos of the characters, will it be wrapping up? Well, we've been a live service game. It's like, it's hard to, it's kind of hard to do, right? And that's definitely something you don't want to necessarily publicize as well, right? Oh yeah, by the way, after this, the game's done, because then as you get closer, people are less likely to spend money, right? Okay, alright, nice one, chat.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 타도록 베어냈군.
True markers. Yeah, exactly. That just Canto scares me. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they've got in store for me, right? Because obviously I'm far behind. I'm genuinely excited. Like, you know, like I say, just asking stuff about like the lake and stuff there, man. I can't wait to hopefully get at least some answers to some of my questions. Oh, Canto for Dante. Ooh, interesting. Maybe, right. thinking about it, that kind of would make sense, I guess.
이
The MC to get his moment in the sun, I suppose.
거기구나. 내가 시범을 보이지.
Yeah, that's what apparently chat was saying, Zero, yeah? That's what's why approaching the end of Inferno. We're still quite far off accomplishing the sinners' wishes. Most still have really had their contract fulfilled. According to the book, we're still at Inferno in the book of... Yeah, somebody just said that as well, yeah. Okay, alright, yeah, man. Interesting. It's great to hear, especially somebody who's new, right? Plenty of content ahead. Like, I've still got loads of content to go, so the idea that there's even more coming is great to hear.
내가 시범을 보이지.
Yeah, Lance, yeah. Funny thing is, there's a character from the Library of Ruin named Dante, but they were a one-off fight with no speaking role, so there's chance of it being the same person. It's low, but not zero.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
이미
I really like this Sinclair, I do.
낫도 밤도 지 숨이 닿도록 베어내고
제법 지쳤나 보.
그려낸다. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
I love those claw moves. We can't contain ourselves. This is why I love streaming though, man. I love the live interaction element of streaming. But don't get me wrong, sometimes the process of making videos can be fun, right? There is certain videos I really enjoy making. Sometimes not so much, especially when someone takes a little bit too long to edit or something like that. Especially if I've done scripted content, which is usually few and far between, but it happens. But yeah, I love the instant engagement, the live streams, having conversations about gaming sometimes. It's fun, man. Alright, let's go. The levels aren't affecting us too much at the moment. Sorry, chat, just messaging Rosie. You just vented about work. The screening room. I love it as well how... Oh, shit. What's this? what the fuck is this? How we're going up the building. It's cool, this is. So we're literally taking the path up the building, right? Well, what the fuck is that, bro? In this battle, up to 7 sinners can participate in combat. Wait, what? Certain stages may allow more sinners to participate in combat compared to the previous stage played in this edit team area will flicker. Oh shit. Oh shit.
최선을 다해볼게.
Okay. Fuck.
전
Let's bring it
준비되었어요.
Faust, I guess. I don't really have anybody for this, do I? Could try Roger, but she's not gonna help me
오늘은
too
시간으로 얼마나
much. I'm gonna have to give her a
뜨들려나?
couple of levels, I think. Seems like you've arrived in time. Oh shit, am I about to get... I'm gonna get fucked up. Am I about to get fucked up? Let's try it, I guess. Oh no. She's bringing down my level a bit though, isn't she? What was he? Oh fuck. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna need to level up a couple of units here because that's a few levels. I think we're gonna get pressed. I think we're gonna get pressed there if we don't do it. Fuck, dude. Let's look at my max. So I got a couple. I got 31. Let me just check if I can get some more at the minute. Okay, I can get some. These ones, yeah. These are the best ones to get, just to make sure, right? The blue ones, right? Okay, let's give Bro a couple of levels actually. Let's go for 33 now. Let's I think Roger's gonna get pressed so bad here. I feel like she's gonna get fucking whomped. Let's give her 30. Give Faust a couple of levels as well. Okay, so yeah, let's give Ryosha a couple of levels. I don't want to burn through too much just in case I need to do a pivot. And I might need to use a different unit maybe. 31, 31, 34, 33, 33, 31, 30. It's gonna be a bit watchable. 4. Let's see. Man, this might be rough.
바라본다. 어두워서.
Yeah, Sylvia, yeah.
저게 뭐죠?
소동 때문에 잠시 작동을 멈추게 했나 보다. 맞지?
I do not trust this geezer, man.
네. 일단 침입자가 있을 수도 있으니 일시 중지하라는 알폰소 이사님의 명령이.
아니
What is that there?
그 잠깐 동안에도 손실이 어마어마하다고요, 삼조 씨.
그래서 저게 대체 뭔데?
아, 이건 말이죠. 우리를 위해 대신해서
Cries in our
울어주는
stead.
것이에요. 그래서
You be call for the upcoming middle nurse father house as she's announced. I need to have a look. Maybe. We'll see. So let's look at it with gratitude and pity.
그렇군. 란이 말해주었던 게 저거였구나.
The voice of a person we'd been desperately looking for was heard. Its source was right in front of us. Some kind of translucent veil seemed to drop as she rose. And Dongbeat was looking at us.
아, 쭉 궁금했었는데 이제야 알겠다. 왜 그렇게 허술하게 보안이 뚫리고 자꾸만 눈앞에서 놓쳐버리고 사라지는 걸까 싶었는데 장막을 가지고 있었구나. 하, 이렇게 간단한 걸 왜 미처 못 떠올렸지?
Is that like Harry Potter's invisible blanket thing?
장막? 그건 또 뭔데? 아이 새끼들 또 지들만 하는 이야기 시작하려 하네.
히스클리프 씨는 도시에서 살 수는 있어도 해결사 일은 못할 게 뻔하네요.
대부분의 사람들은 기술 하나하나가 어디서 나왔는지 알려 하다 보면 그 끝이 없으며 알기도 힘드니 체념하고 고개를 끄덕이죠. 아는 채 이것 없이는 도시를 살아가기 버거울 테니까요.
명성 높은 해결사들이나 날개 임원 아니면 최우수 부자들이나 겨우 가지고 있을 값비싼 특이점 기술을 무슨
오케이.
수로 네가 얻게 된 건지는
Singularity
물어봐도
based.
대답 안 해줄 거지?
눈앞에 이게 재생 앰플의 진실이니?
맞아. 너희가 파괴하려고 작정하는 재생 앰플의 근원이지.
무슨 파괴한다뇨? 질문입니다. 이 앰플로 얼마나 많은 사람을 살릴 수 있는지 모르시는 겁니까?
이 재생 앰플은 단순히 몸을 재생시키는 게 다는 아니잖아. 사람을 살리는 만큼 죽이는 것도 이 눈물의 역할이니까.
그러니까 이 눈물이 사람을 죽인다는 말씀입니까?
이미 몇 번이나 보고도 믿지 않는 너 같은 자들에게는 더 할 말이 없네.
그럼 제가 여기 들어왔다가 나오면 증명되는 건가요?
뭐?
근거 없는 트집이나 잡으며 동랑님을 모욕하지 마십시오. 이미 수많은 사람이 이 기술로 죽어가는 몸을 완벽하게 치료받았단 말입니다. 저도 몸소 투약받은 적이 있습니다. 다이빙하다가 목이 부러진 적이 있었는데 죽기 직전에 이 재생 앰플로 깔끔하게 나았어요. 제가 성인이 되자마자 K사에 지원을 한 이유이기도 했습니다만 그게 중요한 건 아니고.
뭐 하는 거야, 삼조 씨?
어렸을 때 둥지 수영 선수가 꿈이었거든요. 이 정도 높이는 문제 없습니다.
Bro, is there really any need?
저번엔 도시 야구 선수라며.
삼조씨 또 오버한다. 그게 무슨 생고생이야. 괜찮으니까 그냥 가만히 있어.
고생이라뇨? 동랑님이 개량하신 재생 앰플이지 않습니까? 동랑님과 알폰소님
Man, Goatee's
그리고
retarded.
수많은 연구원이 몇 년 동안 연구한 K사의 재생 앰플이란 말입니다. 이 기술에 대한 믿음과 자부심이 제가 여기 있는 이유예요. 금방 돌아올 수 있습니다.
잠깐. 삼조씨?
Okay, he seems a bit nervous. Samjo took his glasses off and jumped into the vat containing the tears. Okay. Small bubbles rolled from where he dove, but a few seconds later, no sound could be heard from the vat.
이거 참 곤란하게 되었네.
Bro, just let him do it.
눈물 원액 자체에 대해서는 몰랐단 말이에요.
Unrefined tears. So what did he do? Do what the decay ampules did?
시체는 못 건질 거예요. 그래도 마지막까지 저희를 자랑스러워해서 다행이네요.
뭐라고요?
Bro, just let... Bro, just let him do it?
삼조 씨는 소위 개천에서 난 용이었어요. 난 그런 유형들을 좋아하거든요. 날개의 요구 조건에 턱없이
I never did trust this geezer.
불구하고 날개에 뽑힌 친구들은 대체로 충성심이 강해요.
Saw him as a loyal dog. Is that what it was?
뭐? 애초에 둥지에서
참, 둥지에서 태어났다고 해서 누구나 날개에 쉽게 입사할 수 없다는 건
So-
알죠?
Did bro really let bro jump in there because he didn't want him to see him in a different light? Or is he just sick in the head?
어떻게 된 거예요? 삼조씨는 왜 안 나오는 건데요?
원액은 무슨 기능을 하는 것이오, 동랑?
원래의 모습으로 되돌려주는 것이 눈물의 역할이야.
To revert them to how they were originally.
그 눈물을 정제하고 정제해서 만든 게 지금의 재생 앰플이지.
Okay.
팔이 없는 사람이 재생 앰플을 맞으면 팔이 있는 모습을 자신의 본 모습이라고 기억하고
They'll remember having the arm as its original state and what that creates it to grow.
머리가 함몰된 사람이 재생 앰플을 맞으면 머리가 멀쩡한 모습을 원형이라고 기억하니까.
What if you've got a really bad memory? This ain't my arm.
로보토미 지부에서 벌레처럼 죽어가던 자들은
이를테면 모두가 최면 상태에 걸렸던 것이오.
Under a trance.
밀폐되고 조용한 장소에서 너는 벌레다라고 반복해서 말하는 음성을 들으면 우리의 무의식에는 벌레의 이미지가 자리 잡게 되니까.
Oh, that's why that happened with the healing ampules then. That's why he couldn't take the ampules in there.
맞아. 사람의 관념으로 정제하며 희석하는 절차를 밟아야 효과가 잘 받지. 하지만 그 어떤 해석도 없는 눈물 그 자체가 닿으면
Yeah.
사람의 근원적 모습까지 거슬러 올라간 형태로 되돌려주더군.
근원적 모습?
What does it mean in terms of us as a species or us as a person? We just, well, you just a blob of cum at the bottom of the. Is he just a blob of spunk at the bottom of there now, or is he like reverted back to like?
정확히는 되돌아갈 수 있도록 도와준다고 해야 하나요? 역시
Is bro just?
아무리 그래도 그 근원적 모습이라는 곳까지 도달은 못하는 것 같아요. 결과적으로는 고통을 없애주긴 하지만 뭐 그래서
Has bro just been turned into the building blocks of what humanity will become before we even became fish in the ocean?
삼조는 눈물 속에서 사람의 원형 비스무리한 무언가가 되었겠지. 축하해. 이제 정말로 원하는 게 뭐야?
특이점. 그리고 특이점과 관련된 모든 것들을 개념 소각기에 넣은 연구 소멸.
개념 소각기라. 이번에도 개념 소각기에 태운다고? 그래서 동백, 그 아무것도 없는 시대로 돌아가면 그런 다음엔 나무를 꺾고 집 짓고 동물 가죽을 벗겨서 옷을 만들고 그렇게 살 거야? 그러곤 꺾은 나무와 죽은 동물을 애도하면서 이봐 동백, 그런 마음으로는 천둥벌거숭이로밖에 살 수가 없어. 그게 정말 네가 원하는 거야?
너는 언제나 어리석은 질문을 하네. 지금이나 그때나. 우리는 추악한 너희들을 없애기 위해 추악한 기술을 무기로 휘두르며 맞서기로 결심했어.
Necessary evil, yeah.
따라서 우리가 그리는 미래에는
Is bro still swimming?
아무도 남아있을 수가
You'll
없어.
see some white swimming around, right? Bro just became very salty.
그러니까 자유로울 수 있었던 거야. 생존에 대한 집착으로부터.
그게 무슨 말이야? 너는 미래를 그리고 있는 게 아니라 과거를 놓지 못하고 있는 거였네.
둘 다 그만두시오. 눈앞에서 옛 다툼이 반복되는 걸 보고 싶지 않소.
이상 멀쩡해 보이네.
다행인 것처럼 말하는군. 당신은 이상이
죽기를 바랐었지.
Damn.
하지만 그건 본인도 마찬가지였을걸?
Bro, I bet she smells how she looks.
심장까지 꿰뚫는 와중에도 저항 한 번 안 하던데. 오히려 불쾌했어. 마치 원하는 것을 내가 이뤄주는 느낌이었으니까.
하나같이 사고방식이 좀 꼬여있는 것 같은데 절벽 끝에서 망설이는 사람을 손수 밀어줬다고 그게 정당해지나?
망설? 너 말고 본인이 직접 말해줄래?
나는 할 말이 없어.
대화는 끝났네. 그럼 차라리 잘 됐어. 이 자리를 기념해서 옛벗이었던 둘을 직접 죽이겠어.
Wait. Oh, okay.
그리고 특이점을 회수하고 태워버릴 거야.
Oh, okay. What does sinking do now? Hit by an attack, take fixed SP damage by the effect's potency. On SP units, take gloom damage instead, and reduces count by 1. Oh, she heals. $1,200 shield. End of each turn loses 10 SP. Fuck. Okay. Holy shit. You're struggling there, Will. You're struggling there, boyo. I probably want some clashes here though, right? It's gonna maybe try and go for an offset, but bind and attack down. Okay, that's neutral.
거기구나.
이 순간이 다 들어 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 다 들어 베어낼 것.
So I'm assuming I'm going to be wanting to do a lot of offsetting when necessary here, right? Because I'm going to get cooked if I lose clashes, right? Which obviously I'll get cooked anyway, but extra crispy cooked, right? I want evades, alright. R1 evades, not defenses, right? The sanity took a hit here, right? Okay. She gains SP, right? No, I gain SP. I gain SP if I win this clash, right? Okay. Okay, so yeah, definitely want to be winning these then. Obviously, we want to be winning them anyway, but you know what I mean. Lot of neutrals here, lads. Lot of neutrals. Oh, shit. And it's going to be harder to win the clashes because of the sanity, right? You really need to win your first couple of clashes, right? Otherwise, got a bit of a problem. Okay, so I need to take my better units to finish off the clashes, right? To try and give us a better... still neutral. Shit, struggling hard. Okay, let's leave that a sec. Well, I think I'm gonna get cooked here, you know. I can still use this without the charge, right? That one. It's not like a repass, is it? It's not like we're ripping ass. Let's see. Oh shit, am I missing? Oh, sorry. I haven't put her on. Where's she at? Do evades count as... I get a successful evade. Does that count as like... Will that take... Oh no. Okay, I think we're cooked. We're gonna have to approach this a bit differently, right? So, if I get like a successful evade or a opposed, do I flip and reverse it? Do I flip and reverse it then, chat? Because it's gonna become harder and harder to win clashes as we go into the fight, right? This is gonna be a bitch. Fuck. Fell staggered to fuck as well. Oh, and the struggle was not quick enough, right? What if I...
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Yeah, Faust got slapped. Okay. Okay. So I still get hit that when I get hit with the guard, right? I'll still lose SP, yeah. Get slammed, bitch! Oh no. Okay, so she's got it. So I don't want to just go all in on these unassigned slots right now. I'm assuming I want to go all in on the unassigned slots, right? I would think. Right? Free shot? Free real estate, right? Free real estate? On here, effects apply when attack lands regardless of shield. Right, okay. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. You read it like that, yeah.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정돌려. 원망도 엿퍼지나.
So I do farm a little bit of SP, right? Okay. What the fucking hell do dotted lines mean, bro? What does that mean? Wait. Is this got a lot of weight or something? Oh, it's a fucking AoE attack, yeah. Oh my days. Let me just... Oh, shit. Boys. Okay. This is what happened. This is a pair of depression. That's what this is. It's a pair of depression. That way to be. 10 SP for allies with the least SP. Flick 12 Rupture. Lose 10 SP. What's that? Tails, hit, heal 10 SP. Shit. No wonder Goku lost to depression. Shit hits hard. You'll need to win clash against who wants you now. Straight up struggling. Can we repass? No, we can't repass. I don't know if that's a good move. I don't know if we need to go with the one that's got all the weight, but we're gonna... Everybody has to deal with that, so we're gonna end up being unopposed anyway, right? So I guess we attempt to win the AoE clash and then that stops everybody else taking hits, I'm assuming. We've got an open one here though, haven't we? Let's do that instead, I guess.
이 순간이
얼마 안 걸릴 거야.
되어내리라.
Do I believe in Faust? I don't know, you know. The girl's putting in the work. Everybody, watch what she did. Okay, this is better.
제법 지쳤나 보.
Alright, Bucko.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Fatal, 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 fatal. Uh-oh. We're right, we're right. We're right. We're right, yeah, we're right. We're right. She's panicked to fuck. Lads. The stagger save. Can we rip ass? Yeah, let's rip some ass. Let's rip some ass. She's mind fucked, yeah. She's actually mind fucked.
거기구나.
Finish her.
이 순간이 닿도록
Is she done now? She's still got plenty left, yeah. Oh. Go Faust. Massive damage. Oh man, let's go. Oh, fuck, bro. Hanging on, Bucko. Hanging on, dude. Oh my god. Right, who's flashing now? How do I want to see exactly. I want to see if that was a favourite clash. Yeah, we want to keep that there, right? Let's. Yeah, that. Yeah. Oh, that's right.
그려낸 대로. 두렵지만.
How did you had one job? That's all good. It's all good. I was overthinking that. I was overthinking that. Okay. Okay, I like that mechanic though. Okay. That was fun. Yo, Matt, I love the combat in this game. I really do. All right, let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's get middle brother, big brother back in. Oh, it's another 7/7 Sage. Oh shit. Okay, did I just get fucking? Man, I'm gonna get fucked now. Yeah. Oh shit.
차원 파동 장갑.
Was that just the easy part, was he? Is she gonna be like, she's been listening to fucking some like ASMR video that tells her that she's a strong, independent woman, and then she's gonna inject herself now and just, you know what I mean?
각혈. 긍정적인 신호다.
아무리 클리포트 억지력으로 훈련을 반복했다고 한들 에고의 남용은 사용자의 신체를 한계까지 몰아세울 테죠.
방금
Good luck.
이제
Isn't that rough?
풀려줄래, 동백? 이쪽 손님들에게 넘겨주기로 뭐라더라. 엄청 복잡한 계약서에 도장도 여러 개 찍고 그래서 물을 수가 없거든.
무지함이 자랑이라고 떠드네. 여전히.
그리고 너는 약하고 여전히.
Yeah, bro's a bastard, right? Seems like a bit of a bastard.
로보토미사의 에고를 사용한다고 해도 이건 내 기대 이하야, 동백. 그리고 아직 내가 만든 기술은 소개해주지도 못했단 말이야. 그렇지. 오랜만인데 기술 낭송이라도 다시 할까?
오늘의 시청각사료가 전송되었습니다.
What is that? That's a testicle.
그러니까 말해줘, 동백. 너의 절망은 어디까지 커질 수 있어?
I don't know. Oh, is that why they was doing all the recording of the attacks? Is that why they was recording all the attacks and the people in pain and stuff?
이게 무슨 소리예요?
우리가 도로 한복판에서 환상체와 싸울 때 드론이 찍었던 영상이
네가 보냈던 협박 메일은 잘 받았어, 동백. 내가 특이점에 대해 말하지 않는다면 환상체를 거리 한복판에 풀어놓을 거라고. 옛날부터 과격한 이벤트를 좋아하는 건 알았지만 정말 실행시킬 줄은 몰랐네. 물론 눈물은 더 많이 흘러넘쳤어. 덕분이야.
아니야. 정말 풀어놓을 생각은 아니었어. 기어코 탈출하고 만 거야.
What's up, Herdale?
네가 내 경고를 무시하고.
거기서 내가 반응을 한다면 우리 연구실이 독단적으로 환상체 실험을 해왔다는 걸 인정하는 꼴이 되잖아. 때마침 우리 의뢰인들이 둥지 근처에 머물고 계시니까 망정이었지.
저희가 탈출한 환상체와 만날 거라는 것까지 당신의 계획이었다는 거예요?
계획이라기보단 실험이었어요. 실패할 가능성을 염두에 뒀지만 당신들이라면 충분히 해낼 거라는 근거가 있었거든요. 전
Yeah, these bros
생각보다
cold.
당신들을 오랫동안 지켜보고 있었거든요.
Forced to watch all the arguments on Twitter. That's the eye that's forced to watch Saint Tontatz's stream 24/7.
말했잖아요. 팬이라고.
아니지, 싱클레어. 항상 그랬지만 쥐는 건 나야.
Oh shit.
이게 왜 보고 싶지 않아요. 저 장면.
Oh yeah, switched to all the burning now as well at the town rights also.
이때도 기록적인 눈물 수치를 기록했어요. 최우수상을 받는 데에 톡톡한 역할을 했달까요? 말을 섞기에는 그다지 우수하지 않았지만 어쨌든 엔사의 어느 부서 직원들 덕분에 신선한 시청각 사료를 얻을 수
Oh
있었죠.
shit, bro's a bastard.
그럼 K사 둥지 거주구역에서 엔사가 그런 잔인한 일을 저지를 수 있었던 것도
이것이 거래였군.
누가 그랬던 것 같은데. 영지형의 유리창은 혁신적이지만 자유자재로 다루기에 너무나 방대하여 한낱 나같이 속된 이들은 함부로 만질 수도 없을 거라고. 아, 동백 너였나?
이게
눈물은 흘려도 흘려도 항상 부족했단 말이지. 그도 그럴 게 주위를 둘러보면 이곳엔 괴로운 사람들이 너무나도 많으니까. 그러니까 우리를 대신해서 울어주는 거야. 눈을 감을 겨를도 없이.
영지형의 기술에 살짝의 변형만 가한 것뿐이요. 어떠한 가능성도 있는 그대로 비추고 싶었어. 그래서 나는 이걸 이렇게 부를까 생각 중이지. 거울. 난 이것이 우리를 더 웃게 할 수 있는 놀이가 되길 바라오.
이걸 찾아내느라 그간 안 보였던 거니?
When did bro invent TikTok?
동남, 너 왜 그렇게 웃니?
눈은 엄청 빛나고 있는데 그렇게 표독스럽게 말하니까 재밌잖아.
이상, 이놈한테 시끄럽다고 전해줄래?
얼음 과자 처음 먹어본 어린애 같은 표정이나 감춰줄래?
웃음을 참지 못하는 입. 놀라움에 터지는 탄성. 서로를 향한 웃음. 별보다 반짝이는 눈동자. 모두가 느끼고 있던 순수한 환희. 그저 이 모든 게 놀이가 되길 바랬던. 조용히 있어. 그대는 그저 그대로 살아가는 거야.
리차, 이따위
Wait,
역겨운
did I accidentally
짓거리를
skip
위해서
something?
만들어진 것이 아니야.
No, I didn't. You're simply living as you are, as if you're not. What was you going to say then?
중요한 순간이야. 험한
So
마음을
it's using
삼가줘.
his invention, yeah.
그리고 나도 알아. 영지형이라면 분명 이런 나를 혼냈겠지. 아, 그런데 그거 알아? 지금은 장난감 같은 기술을 돌려보며 환호성이나 연발하던 시절이 아니더라고. 이젠 사람도 부족해. 너는 그저 잊지 못하고 있는 거야. 그렇지? 겉으로는 거창하게 기술의 추악함이니 뭐니 말해도 사람들을 선동하기 위해 나중에 갖다 붙인 명분이잖아.
Well, to be fair, when she's been
네
seeing this sort of
목적을
tech, I can understand her being like, I think maybe we're better off without this. You know? Maybe.
기술의 추악함을 소멸시키려는 너도 같이 추악해지고 있는 걸 보면 말이야. 하필이면 너희가 내 연구 장소였던 로보토미 집을 가로채간 것도 부하들에게는 특이점을 조사할 목적이라고 했지만 그곳에 에고처럼 무기로 쓸 수 있는 기술들이 숨겨져 있다는 것까지 알아낸 거지? 그 귀중한 정보를 제공해준 건 누구였을까? 슈렘도 몰랐을 텐데. 나랑 스무고개 하면 알려줄래?
다 알고 있는 것처럼
It was passing the info on then?
옛날부터 너 그러는 거 정말 짜증났어.
그럼 하나만 더 아는 척 해볼게. 영지형의 유리창 안을 들여다봤을 때, 그리고 이 이상의 거울에 비쳤던 세계를 엿보았을 때,
Okay.
그때 우리는 결코 이전 상태로 돌이킬 수 없는 희열과 분열을 느꼈지.
유리창이 탄생했을 때부터 각종 이익 집단들이 앞다투어 몰려 들어왔어. 그래, 우리는 스스로의 발로 고민을 나간 걸 모두 알고 있잖아. 사실은 갈기갈기 찢겨져 흩뿌려진 것에 지나지 않았다고.
What did he see?
그 원인이 우리 중에 있다는 것도.
동백, 네가 개념 서갑기에 내 기술을 넣어버린다 하더라도 순수했던 그 시절로는 돌아갈 수 없어. 알고 있지? 알고 있는데도 집착을 놓지 못하는 건 그랬군.
Excuse me.
소각되어버린 기술들을 누군가 다시 발견하기라도 한다면 다른 꿈을 가진 이름 모를 누군가들이 같은 희열을 느껴주기를 바랐던 거구나. 우리가 과거로 돌아갈 수는 없으니 다시 과거를 만들어서 물려주는 걸로 말이야. 와, 이거 진짜 신선하고 귀여운 발상이네, 동백.
동백 씨 몸이
Dongbeak muttered into emptiness. It was though she was talking to someone.
그래. 머릿속에
Oh shit, what's happening?
다시 꾹꾹 감춰놓는 거야. 언젠가 발견할 누군가를 위해 우리가 남들보다 더 나은 자격이 있어서 그 기술을 발견한 건 아니니까. 당신 말대로 난 나를 속이고 모두를 속이며 내가 원한 것을 밀어붙인 것이겠지. 그저 우리가 봤던 땅이 비옥했던 것뿐이니까.
서운하네. 정작 그 땅을 일구기 위해 꽃 구경도 놓치고 괭이질만 했던 우리의 노력은 모르는 척하는 거야? 그때 우리는 물정을 몰랐던 풋내기였고 네가 잊지 못하고 있는 그 순간은 미화된 찰나에 지나지 않아. 그런데 목숨 바친 네 동료들도 그 사실을 알고 있나? 그저 동료들을 끌어모으기 위해 그럴듯해 보이는 대의를 외쳤을 뿐 사실 허공에 떠있는 뜬구름이었다는 걸.
아니, 하지만 이제야 난 나를 제대로 알겠어. 그래서 직접 내 손으로 흙을 덮고 싹을 심어야만 하지 않겠니?
So is that from an ambule that this is happening then? Yeah.
봉우리는 저물고 우리의 열매는 이미 시든 지 오래이니 다시 흙을 덮어 허물고 다른 열매가 맺히도록.
She like go strawberry.
이봐, 저대로 놔둬도 괜찮은 거야? 알고 있잖아. 에고를 사용하면 정신이 멀쩡하게 굴러가지 못하는 거.
야, 너 일부러 그러는 거냐? 되는 데까지 도발을 시킨 다음에
결국엔 제풀에 스스로 꺾이도록.
Took herself out.
이번에는 우리가 없앨 순수했던 그 시절로.
순수라. 순수라는 단어만큼 부끄러운 단어는 없지.
야, 정신 차려!
역시 그때나 지금이나 네 마음을 정신없이 흔들어 놓는 건
Bro's a sick fuck.
나밖에 없지?
아니, 난 그 언제보다 정신이 활짝 피어나는 것 같아. 나는 언제나 곧 터지고 피어나올 봉우리이고 싶었어. 온몸 가득 향내음을 두르며. 이것이 누군가에게도 이해받지 못할 마음 아픈
can't
나만의
stop yawning.
길일지라도.
It's not the game. Trust me.
떨어진 꽃잎과도 같은
Oh, shit.
진하고 비옥할 다음을 남길 거야.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. Rupture blooming. What does blooming do? Turn end At plus 5 count, take sloth damage by count percent of max HP and become fully bloomed. At less than 5 count, lose count 5 SP, then reduce count by 1. So she's gonna take some of my SP again, then, yeah? Looks like, oh, she got a heavy weight as well, yeah. Fuck, man. Oh, she be struggling. She be struggling. She be struggling. Let's see, let's see. I can believe you can beat her ass like nothing. I don't know. Well, I'm tickling her. I can offset with a defense on an evader. Nothing but struggle, right?
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
But you're borrowing time. Oh.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Bro, we're doing so little damage. Oh shit, I left it. I leave. I'll leave Altis on a pulse then. Someone got seriously hurt, didn't they? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Soon to bloom flower. What the fuck? Yo, the fucking background design is dope, man. What are these? Blooming. Sloth damage of max HP and become fully bloomed at less than 5 get lose count.
빨리 말해줄래? 말 그대로 시간이
Oh, what's
아깝거든.
this? Oh, you were literally... She's actually got that status, borrowed time? I thought you were saying she's on borrowed time. Turn end at 2+ count. Gain 1 haste, clash power up, and fragile next turn. If this unit is set to gain more bind than haste next turn, the borrowed time effect expires at the next turn start and this unit gets staggered. This unit... You can hear people laughing and stuff in the background, yeah? This unit is set to gain more bind than haste next turn. The borrowed time effect expires at the next turn start and this unit gets staggered. This unit is set to gain more bind than haste. Oh. Right. Does that mean we're good there, right? At the moment. She's the only one affected by that at the minute, yeah. You go faster, clash better, but if you get slowed down, you ET. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Yeah, this theme's dope, yeah. I love the level design as well. It's really good. Okay, let's try our best not to leave anybody unopposed here, man. She was struggling, so yeah. And this music's beautiful. With a defensive move like that, can I leave that unopposed? Win rate, trust it, definitely won't definitely won't kill you. Yeah, this is a tune, man. I really like this. Fully bloomed flower. End of the turn, lose 20 SP. If the SP reaches -45, fully heal SP, then gain Dazzled Wind. Oh, is that... Oh, that... So... What happens there, though, with her? Is that what happens when they get staggered, yeah? I'm curious to see what happens there. Kind of want to just leave that, yeah. I guess I don't want to clash it. Right, do I get her back? Can I have her back, please? Oh, shit, bro, it's on the post.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
아직 모자라.
낮도 밤도 지.
I need to look at the kit, I think. Oh, it's Kit now. I do love the design though. She looks kind of dope now, actually. You know? She looks kind of dope. End of the turn, lose 20 SP. The SP reaches minus 45. Fully heal SP, then gain Dazzled Mind next turn. It's Dazzled Mind. At the start of turn 5, spawn 4 soon-to-be flowers, growing. At the end of the turn, add 1 count and gain max HP proportional to the count. And the fucking hiccups. Spawn 2 flowers next turn. If there are 4 flowers present, instead raise the level of the lowest flower by 1. Evade inflict blooming. Shit. Yeah, the actual scores fire. I don't need to engage that. I feel like I need to. Yeah. Do I need to break her out or something? It's just a defensive move though. What? I don't know what that will do. I'm kind of curious to what that means. I'm kind of want to see what happens if I do engage her. Will I just get cooked? I don't know. I'm not really attacked a defensive skill yet. Struggling hard there, right? She's the one that's targeting him. It's that and the AoE, isn't he? I need to get rid of this fucking thing. Well, like I need to, right? Quick. I can foul still with that. So if I win a clash on an AoE attack, does that stop everybody getting getting any issues? I need to see what happens here. Cannot act. At the end of the turn, lose 20 SP. SP reaches minus 45. Heal SP, then again. Dazzled Mind next turn. This effect isn't removed for 2 turns. Remove it at the end of the turn. What the fuck is Dazzled Mind? That's the fucking question. What the fuck Dazzled Mind is? Left on a pulse there, right. We need to get that off him. What happens if she gets hit with her? Takes sloth damage. Next HP become fully bloomed. Oh fuck. I think I'll end up having to take an unopposed hit here, right? I'm just gonna have to. Unless I decide to bring... I'm curious to see what happens if I do engage that, so I really want to know what happens there, so let me see. I'll just end up killing her. Is she broken out? I think I need to get rid of these trees, don't I? I think I really need to get rid of these trees. So everybody can focus on her, because she's got a lot of fucking health, man. You know? Lot of health. Okay, so... Right. Okay, so... Shit, though, bro. Fuck. She hurting. She's hurting. Holy shit. Okay. Had less damage from skills based on the effects came from one turn. Right, okay. It should be faster for that, I don't know. Yo, there's a lot going on in this fight, man. There's a lot going on in this fight. Can't do that. don't know if I really want to go after a... I don't know if I want... No. Sinclair. I think I need to do a little bit more reading here. I think I need to understand things a little bit better. I'm not quite. Oh shit. Okay. Final power for each living soon to bloom. Attack and remove all soon to bloom flowers. Okay. Right, okay. Go for the inner pulse there because we need to keep her going right because she is struggling. I'm struggling as well, yeah. Oh shit. Everybody be struggling here. Oh, fuck. Okay. Ooh. It's hopeless. It's not offset though, obviously. Final pair and such. Why so many people backseating? Oh no, I ain't even seen it, to be fair. I'm too locked in to even notice it. So, we live or die by the choices we've made. Oh, what's she doing? Oh, shit. That wasn't good. That was not good. Phantom Trace. Okay, that's for Ryoshi, yeah. Win rate gaming. Man, the fuck. Shit. Could just win rate this one though, right? Might as well.
그려낸 대로.
What's the difference between win rate and damage when you're in a situation like this?
베어내리라.
Oh, click damage. What? Like, what's the difference between win rate and damage in a situation like this? What's the difference? None. Okay. Oh, that's good then. I'll panic then. Oh, shit. So, like, in a situation like this, right? So we've got all these defensive ones. Would it be better to just, like, clash with the most likely to win here and then dump everybody else into the defensives? Or would it be better just pumping everything into the clashes? Damage focused on damage to one slot. Ah, okay. Win rate is for auto clashing, damage is for unopposed one-sided attacks. Right, okay. Yeah. Okay, so bro's struggling there. So you can defense on all those defense to disable them. Offset moment. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should be doing that or not. Just offset a defense with a defense. The AoE earlier sucked. And we could rip some ass as well now, and we can't even rip space. Can't even rip space. So gain 10 protection either way. Effects trigger the moment you start the turn, so you can't stop those effects triggering, by the way. Okay. Ah, okay. So we can just lamp into them anyway, right? Really, I'm thinking we can dump everything into it, right? Was that a bad move? Sounds like a win rate button to me. We're gonna try the blue skill of Ryoshi on Sinclair. Does that ship work? Can't stop at a defense with a defense, but yeah, it says combat start. Okay. So yeah, okay. I need to go over offsets again a little bit, man. Like, I learned how to trigger them, but not really how to to efficiently, like, you know, to really know when, where, and why I'm specifically doing it. Like, I kind of know the how, but less of exactly why and when, you know what I mean? I use defense skills on those defense.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수
Usually want to
없이
offset evades, and that's really it for the system. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, I was thinking when it comes to the offsets, that's my understanding. But when it comes to defensive stuff like this, I'm like, oh, fuck. It's, you know, I ain't too sure what to do in that situation. But damn, bro, the cookage. Offset is advanced knowledge, same as ego target resetting. I'm gonna rip ass. Should just I need them back now, don't I? Should I just rip ass on her, or do I want to rip ass on one of them and get them back? Everyone dead? Fuck it, should we just rip ass of her? That SP's not looking great though, man. Minus 15. Alright, rip ass on her. Let's see. I need to have a look at the kit a bit more and her as a unit to see exactly what I'm triggering, when I'm triggering, and exactly what I need to be doing, because I'm kind of like, what the fuck do I do? You know? I mean, the only thing I think of I can do in this situation is just fight her, right? Because otherwise, I don't know. Like the worst fucking ego as well, you know what I mean? The worst ego. Fuck it. Oh no. Boys. Oh, is she about to attack all of them? Oh, fuck. Are they gonna get wiped out now? Or will I get them back? Shall I risk it, boys? Risk it for the biscuit. Okay, so straight on a pose. So, what do I want to be ego this, or just go for a straight attack? Ego time. Should we do it? Because I think I'm cooked, right? I think I'm just cooked. I'm in danger. Man, look at that damage. Big damage. Big damage, chat. I need to read this properly and understand exactly what I'm doing here, man. It's mean. It's mean. Alright, let's have a look at the crackies. Let's have a look at the crackies here. See what's going on, because I'm kind of fighting in the dark. Kind of fighting in the dark there.
곧 당신들의 원망대로 끝물을 우물이 되면 잊고 싶은 무언가를 언제든 어떤 것이든 갈아버릴
오케이.
구덩이가 되면 가장 먼저 내게 버려질 자들은 거미지 당신들일 거야.
W Corp talking L. Book it should be available to read now. Okay. That wasn't bad though, not gonna lie. Even having the Arknights event be my first real introduction to the game and finding out about using Ego there, it took me until this fight to actually start learning the combat. Yeah, I feel like it's time to try and figure stuff out now, right? Okay, so Pride and Slash for the body. Oh, this is all new. Okay. And he inflicts rupture. Yeah. Blooming. 5 takes loss damage by count. On max HP and become fully bloomed. Less than 5 count, lose 5 SP, then reduce 1. Okay. Scattering fragrance. Spawn 2 flowers next turn. If there are 4 flowers present, instead raise the level of the lowest level flower by 1. On hit, inflict 3 rupture, 3 blooming. 3 blooming, inflict blooming. Okay. Gain 5 final power for each living soon to bloom flower. Right. Remove all soon to bloom flowers. We really do need to get rid of the flowers, yeah. Use inflict on dueling next turn. What's that? Inflict dueling next turn. Dueling. Turn start units without this status go into a fully bloom status. If Yi-Sang has this effect, Gongbait gains 1 attack power up. Oh. Gain 10 protection. Turn end 6k becomes staggered. Targets fully bloomed, stagger them and remove the effect. So, when it comes to the fully... Is that when they become a fucking... a plant? If Magnificent Spring Breeze loses in a clash, lose 10 SP. At the start of turn 5, spawn 4 soon-to-bloom flowers. When HP drops to 50%, proceeds to the next phase. Do not go below 50. When HP drops to 50%, proceeds to the next phase. HP does not go below 50% until the phase changes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, we really need to try and specifically make sure those ones... we don't lose those clashes then, yeah. Like, they're the most important ones, I guess, because that's when we get snatched, right? That's when the white van with the offering candy turns up, right? When HP falls below 50%, use a special skill to target 1 unit, then becomes immune to stagger and panic for the next 2 turns. If Yi-Sang has dueling, Dongbeat gains 1 attack power up. Yi-Sang wins the duel, all allies gain 3. Okay. Dongbeat wins the duel, Dongbeat fully heals SP. The unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types. Instead, this effect is inflicted with an effect that is inflicted against non-SP units. Okay. That skills gain final power by the effects count for 1 turn. Deals more damage with skills based on the effects count for 1 turn, max 10. The end of the turn and 1 count gain max HP proportional to the count of max 3. So this is what I want to keep off, right? This blooming, right? Fixed panic is there's no sinking team, don't break the fight. Reading is so OB. Those conditions fuck me so hard in Mirror Dungeon when I have a boss dead, but it needs to phase change before I can kill it. So we need to make sure we really don't lose these clashes, right? Otherwise, that's how we end up in the cook chair, right? Yo, fuck, man. Yo, cheese. Coming in with a 10 gifted, man. Dude. An absolute fucking legend, man. Welcome to the stream. You just caught us in a moment of getting battered, dude. Bro, thank you very much, man, for the continued support. You're an absolute legend, man. Guys, get some W's in the chat, man. Let's get some W's in the chat. Dude, appreciate it, man. Welcome to the stream as well. Hopefully you're doing well. You just appeared at the time when I'm getting wrecked. You've been here, have you? Oh, you've just been watching watching me get smashed. Watching me get smashed. Fuck. Okay. Alright then, so we need to really be winning. Obviously, we need to be winning. So this is that AoE though, isn't he? So when the AoE's on, we've got to make sure that the AoE clash is won, right? Pungent fragrance as well. Pretty much the AoEs. Okay, this one as well. This, do they all inflict blooming? Alright. Just win. Just win. Easy, right? Just win. Just win. Welcome to the first modern war. Yeah, especially considering for me as well. My units are like pretty much old school units for the most part, apart from Ryoshu. And with my team, she really doesn't do anything spectacular at the moment either. So, yeah. It's one of those. It's one of those. Alright, let's get this support in. Alright, just play better. Yeah, true. Skill dift. Hold up, chat. I'm just gonna have to go for a pee first. Gonna have to go for a pee. Back in a sec. No sugar protein pudding as well. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Yeah, Ryoshu does need that. Like, don't get me wrong, she's decent for Mars squad at the minute, but she really she's yeah. I think it'd be worth switching out Brody, man. Go for another W Corp. Go for another W Corp. Chat. Remember, once stars get uptied automatically as you progress through the story until you reach Canto 3. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Use their 1 stars for their passives. What is the passives? Deal 6 SP next turn. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of good, isn't it? Can we just throw them on the bench? You got this? I don't know, man. I don't know, you know. I don't know, you know. Supports the ones that trigger from the bench. Okay, yeah, you're passing. Okay, yeah, okay. All right, then. So slap them on there and just leave them do their thing, right? Okay. Just give Chuck a couple more levels. Couple more levels, maybe for a couple of them. Couple more levels. Booting Roger from the team is a valid opinion. That's what I'm thinking, but like, I don't know really who to switch her out for, because she's really not offering much to the squad. I'm not gonna lie, she doesn't feel like she's anyway. Roger under borrowed time though. Alright, let's see, just chuck in a couple of levels. Let's see, just chuck in a couple of levels. Let's give Ryoshu a couple of levels, right? Let's get to 35. Let's give Bro a couple more levels as well. How many of those will take me to? Or just use 6 sinners? Suppose, maybe. Choosing one less benefits in any way, though. Ticket maxing. Squeeze every last little bit, man. Fuck, might as well throw the last one in. Might as well. Here we go. Oh yeah, actually we do. Yeah, we get she'll get the extra skill, right? Could we try that, or do we? I don't know. Let's try it. Actually, should we try it? Hit him with the moratorium. Can't access moratorium. Sadly, she's only up to 2. Ticket maxing. You don't have to replace Roger. Could just bring 6 in instead of 7, so she gets 1 more skill slot. Just try. Just see what happens. And then if not, we'll just bring her back in and we'll just be better. We'll just win. Right? We'll just win. Yeah, going for Eve for the
각혈. 긍정적인 신호다.
for the event stuff. Extra bits and pieces at the moment. Just win true, right? Step your game up, man. Stop being a bitch ass. Second attempt, lucky's real, right?
내가 시범을
이
보이지.
순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Yeah, I got battered last time, Twilight. So I'm just eating my protein pudding as well, chat. Apologies. Hoping the extra protein might help. Trust the favoured, right? Chat, have you seen these big damage numbers? These damage numbers are huge. You've never seen anything like it, right? You've never seen anything like it.
어둠은 두렵지 않아요.
Took you like 10 tries. Yeah,
이 순간이 다
I still think I need to do more reading. I still don't think I understand it totally. Oh man, she got the blooming on here. Fuck. Is there any way to remove that? Other than getting snatched? Because that's painful, bro. Out of all the units as well. Like, fuck my life. You know? Wait, what's this? Oh, she's doing that thing. Okay. Fuck. Passively decays over time. Right, okay. Just wing clashes, yeah. I wasn't sure, it's just off the clash loss, right? It stacks, yeah? So as long as we keep winning, like, clashes post the blooming effect, yeah, we'll just burn it away, right? I didn't realise I'd done that, you know? I didn't realise I'd left her on a hopeless one. It's because I was trying to rework in the dominating. I fucked up there, man. Shit. Okay. Alright, that's an easy mistake to remedy if we go again. In this situation, we really want to get rid of these, don't we?
그려는 대로.
He starts to believe.
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
Hold your assumptions just yet, chat. I am capable of snatching victory from the defeat from the jaws of victory, though. So, you know, yeah, this music goes hard, man. One thing about this game, you know, they really do a good job with the music, right? Well, it's not the only thing, but like, just like Ark Knights, there's a lot of good stuff. This is a beautiful piece of music. This is, really is. Okay, we've got multiple on Faust here, right? Okay. Okay, so she's only been targeted by the invader, so we can go in with both here, right? Let's wait on it a second. Let's get everybody else sorted out here. Maybe we leave that staggered one then, maybe. That's going to leave us on unopposed, really, isn't it? Do we clash? Better off clashing her, right? And then we just leave these on a pose, right? Surely we can sort something out here. Let's... No, I've took that off. We... I think maybe we just take it. Let's go for that instead, yeah. Maybe not take advantage of that staggered one, I guess. No, now we can, can't we? Now we can, yeah. Yeah. Best bet, I think. To stop Ryoshu. Ryoshu can win the neutral.
이 순간이 닿아들어 베어내리라.
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
다음을 부탁해요. 두렵진 않네요.
다음은 어디요?
It's a blooming at the minute. She's sitting on 2, 3, and 2. Right, okay, that wasn't great. That was painful. That was painful. She got snatched as well. We need to get her back, right? Real should throw through, man. She threw. Could I can I use the ego on her? Because best speed reaches minus 45, fully heal and gain. Dazzled next turn. If this effect isn't removed for 2 turns, remove it at the end of the turn. just need to give it a light tap, yeah. Just give it a light tap. Got to be careful about this situation now as well, though. Rip ass on her. Strugelbus. You foul sec damage last turn, she did, yeah. Oh, that's a bitch. The best I've got right is neutral. Three dominating, 2 on oppose, right? A new Sinclair on her. That should... just gives us a bit more protection, because we're in a position, if we lose our clash here, do we lose Otis and Sinclair? Do we? Don't backseat. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm missing. The chat's been going a bit too quick, and I'm too locked in. But yeah, I don't mind suggestions. Let's not crack the code for me, if you will. I feel like the ego use is the way, right? Right? Let's see.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
A decent SP. We're all risky for the biscuit. Okay. Could have been much worse. Faust came in with a... oh, what the fuck she was doing there? Looked like she had a broom. She doing some Harry Potter shit. Now, we're dominating that, so would we be better off just dumping everything into the defensive skills now? Because it's combat start protection. Take less damage from skills based on the effects count for 1 turn, max 10. Because Don Quixote looks like she's going to be putting in some decent work there. She'll get 10 when she's like, oh, it's a 99% reduction. Okay, then we want to keep off that then. Otherwise, we're just wasting a bunch of damage then, aren't we? Fuck, that's drastic. That's drastic. Okay, yeah. It's just, I guess we just focus on tackling the skill then, yeah. So with this, unit effect state is going to fully bloomed. If Yishang has this effect, Dongbait gains 1 power up.
선장이 위험한가?
Okay, so he does. So which one is it? It's this one, yeah. No, it's she gains 1 power up attack. If we win though, we gain 3, right? Road dominating. I feel like no, maybe not. Actually, yeah. So, would we be better off? That one's going to go anyway, right? Keeping ones that are dominating skills, because like, if I'll keep forgetting this. Do they slot down now? So like, potential to maybe have some more dominating skills on the next turn. Does that increase that chance? Right, okay. Okay. Any of them you get to... They'll stay in the top slot if they're unused. Right, okay. 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 Right, alright. Alright, let's give it a whirl. Don't let me down, Otis. Who am I missing? Oh shit, I forgot to, Ooh, actually, we're probably better off with her doing that then, yeah. Oh, I don't know though, man. She's been kind of throwing, you know. She's been kind of throwing. I'm not gonna lie. And her SP's low as well, right? I feel like we go with Otis. Better SP. But I don't know. That SP, man. Like, she's a better... Probably the better unit, but that SP's looking sus. He picked Ryoshu for the deal. The duel, sorry. Fuck it, let's go. Oh, I need to get Brown as well, don't I? Actually, I don't know. Let's Sinclair it. We're Sinclair in it. We're Sinclair in it. Trusted. He's my trusted ally. He's my trusted ally. He's my trusted ally. Sinclair. We're trusting Sinclair.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Sinclair the GOAT.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
I just didn't trust that SP, man. I just didn't trust that SP, you know what I mean? He remembered his roots, right? Sinclair's been the GOAT for a while though, man.
숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수
Dude, I love
없이
her animations. How long do I have to try and fight this out for? I ain't got no ego. You guys saying ego? Not today. Not today. Hey, yo. My boy hasn't let me down. Let's hope we can do it. Let's hope we can do it, boys. He's not overdoing him, right? Win 2, you win 2. Right, okay. No defense skills. No defense skills. Dominating. We're dominating. Come on. Don't fucking scam me here. Don't scam me. Bro's the MVP if we get through this. Bro's the MVP. We got a dominating. Come on, lads and ladies. My boy Sinclair. Sinclair proves to be the GOAT again. Yeah, dude, man. He's Come on. All right, let's go. I'm nervous. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's go. What's she doing? I've never seen her do that before. What's she doing? Man, I'm nervous, you know. Guys, this shit's stressful, man. This shit's stressful. We should just damage all in, yeah. Damage rate time, let's go. Fuck.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
This is the first attempt. No, this is my second attempt.
몰아치는 것을.
That duel phase is a really fucking, really cool part of that fight. That is such a cool part of that fight. Because it's just like,
이렇게 생각하는 게 어때?
if you can get yourself into the right position there, it leaves you with that 1v1 of like, obviously if you chose right and you win the clash, it puts, you know, you can put yourself in a really good, well, as good a position as you can get, I guess. Holy shit, man. That was guys, that was stressful, man. That was stressful. Holy cow, man. What the... Right, dude? Bro needs it, man. Yo, Casual, thank you very much for the super chat as well, guys. Dude, guys, can we get some love in the chat for Casual? Trudeau, bro needs that frame. He's been my MVP throughout the game and just came in insanely clutch there. Insanely clutch. It's canon as well, right? Being a duelist. Let's go. All right, first time we got pressed. I didn't think we'd get that far into the fight though, so I didn't realise how close we was to actually maybe potentially pulling it off in the last one. But we managed to. Yo, Eggy the Poop, thank you very much for the 5 gifted as well. Yo, guys, thank you very much, man. You're legends. Absolute legends. Appreciate it. Yo, that honestly though, that was stressful, man. Shout out to Angie there as well, man. I appreciate that, guys. If you've got a membership, say thank you for the green on your name. Ooh, you're celebrating. I'm celebrating. I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating. This had me sweating, chat. Oh my god. That was a lot of fun. That was genuinely a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed that. That 1v1 mechanic is really cool, actually. It really like adds quite a lot of tension to it as well. That was a blast. That was a blast. I still definitely need to do more reading. Definitely need to do more reading. There was a bit of winging going on, but having a look through the kit there definitely helped, especially with the blooming. I must admit, on that first run, I wasn't entirely sure what was triggering my units getting snatched, but that made a big change there. That did. That was a really fun fight. That was a really fun fight. It was good music, good presentation. The stage was beautiful. That was a blast. That was. I enjoyed that. Everything you made was perfect. Really? I'll take that then. I'll take that. I meant every single one as well. It was all pre-planned, chat. I knew exactly what I was going to do beforehand. It's not true. I definitely had a lot more of a grasp of the fight though from that first encounter and having a little read. Ooh, not gonna lie. When I played, I just tried to win rate it again. So I was there for 12 hours of trying. You did quite good. Let's go. Limbus is just too easy. I don't know, man. Some of these fights have been That's what I like about this and Arknights are, man. They're not worried to throw some difficulty here that really helps to overcome if you just do a bit of reading, which we know gacha gamers don't like to do that. So the power of reading, right? All right, then. Why don't we look this way? Look at it this way. Sorry.
엔사에 새로운 구인회가 만들어졌다는 거 알고 있어?
Okay. Oh damn, she fucked up.
거기서 네가 하려 했던 거랑 비슷하게 예전 기술이나 사람들을 모으고 있나 봐. 오히려 그때를 지우려 하고 있는 것 같기도 하고.
This music sounds oppressive.
그래서 이건
This is a comparatively easy fight compared to some of the stuff you'll face in the future. I'm sure.
그 친구에게 차례차례
I can already see.
박제당할 목숨이야.
Like, with my very simplistic understanding of like kit skills and just in general the way the game, I've got a bit more grasp of like clashing and stuff, and a better understanding of offsetting, but like looking at just the kits and the skills and the way they work, I can kind of see that there's going to be some stuff that will be difficult going forward if I'm thinking they're going to do sort of what I think is potentially capable of being done with this game's design, if you will. This is purely conjecture, but we're all doomed to die at the hands of our dear fellow Gubo and be taxidermied one after another. Oh God.
내가 지금 그 순간을 앞당겼을 뿐이지. 그리고 지난 우정으로 모든 걸 덮기에는 너무 선을 넘었어, 동백. 아, 내일 회식 정말 기대하고 있었는데. 자, 그만 흐드러지자, 동백.
Dude is cold-hearted, right? With the golden bow in hand, Dongrang stabs Dongbeak without his hesitation.
왜?
Oh shit. What an image. That's like messed up, but it's actually a beautiful image as well at the same time, right?
많은 이유를 설명할 수 있지만 그래, 이건 내 마지막 온정이야.
때가 되면 시들 수밖에 없다는 걸 알고 있었지만 나는 언제나 곧 피어날 향기를 머금은 봉우리이고 싶었어. 이상, 네가 날아가고 싶은 꿈을
Excuse me.
꾼 것처럼 나도 그저 너희들과 함께 알싸ant꽃 향기에 적도 없이 파묻히고 싶었던 것뿐이야.
새로운 세계가 추가되었습니다.
New feed has been added. Soon the screen is filled with yellow petals. Oh shit.
고마워 이상. 내게 그런 순간을 보여줘서.
It's like this beautiful moment like came in between them all in the end, right?
내 전부를 걸고 갚고 싶을 정도야.
Excuse me.
이상,
I'll tick it off.
나랑 나중에 따로 연구실 차릴 생각은 없어? 하루하루가 재밌을 것 같다는 생각이 들거든.
대단하구나, 이상. 너는 나랑 달리 똑바른 참모습을 비추려고 하였구나. 겹쳐지지도 않고 흐릿하지도 흔들리지도 않네.
이상, 자네는 너무 물러. 대체 그걸 왜 놀이거리로 만드는 건가?
가만히. 그냥 가만히 숨만 쉬는 거야. 지금은 그렇게 살아야 해. 너는 날 알지 못해.
구인회는 산산조각 났어. 우린 이곳을 떠나야 돼. 이상, 자네는 나와 함께 가는 거야. 원한다면 눈은 감아도 돼. 자네는 너무나 모르니까 한치 앞은 내가 대신 봐주지.
무슨 생각을 하고 있어?
Oh, this voice acting.
아무것도. 그리고 묘혈의 향기가 만개하였어.
Thanks for spoiling the moment, Ryoshu. Appreciate it. Damn. So it was like his modifications of that became the thing that came in between all of them in a way, right? The voice acting there as well. Holy cow. MVP stealing. Right! Right! How the fuck? She choked. She choked, and Sinclair was the MVP. That is crazy. That is crazy. Bro got robbed. Bro got robbed. What the fuck? After the hard choke as well? That's insane, dude. Oh, we're back to 5 now. I guess we'll take out Faust, right? Let's get our support back in. Damn, bro. That's the biggest robbery of the century, that he... Bro should have just got that on vibes. Bro should have just got that on vibes. I don't care about the damage numbers. You know? That was like... Forget the rules, man. Give it Bucko. Give it Bucko over here. Did you see what he did? You know, that's like playing Call of Duty, that is. You know, when you had the sickest feed in the game. Not on the kill cams, you know, the play the game cams. You having the sickest feed, having like a triple into a collateral, and then feeding, and then at the end of the game, there's one dude just standing there who shoots one guy, and it's like, why the fuck did he get play the game? How would a Rossi's rate that boss fight? Honestly, that was really, really good. Like, ending with that, like, 1v1. Such a, like, on the edge of your seat moment. You know, pitting, trying to get your best doula, I guess, in a sense, really, for that point right, and being in that position. Genuinely kind of thrilling, actually. Honestly. Genuinely thrilling. I really enjoyed it. It's hard. Like, don't get me wrong, you can have, in these sorts of games, right, where it's not an action game, you can have boss fights that are good, they're well designed, good mechanics, you know, whether it be a stage mechanic or mechanics, but typically with more turn-based games, I suppose you can have, like, the bit of the nerves of, like, oh, I need to win this fight, or if you're 10 fights deep and being like, Christ, I need to win this. But, like, it's hard to get sort of thrilling moments in these sort of games, right? But yeah, that felt like a genuine thrilling fight. But getting to that point and having those two clashes, it is really that, like, because obviously you have the coin flip. It genuinely is that, like, you know, you coin flipping. It feels like you're doing a bit of Russian roulette at the same time as well. And so, I think it was really fun. Sinclair's going to report you to management for being robbed of Employee of the Month. Fucking wild. And so.
여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
Reconstruction K-Corp laboratory. As the intense golden glow fades, the space begins to twist and morph.
황금 가지가 이런 힘까지 갖고 있었던 건가요? 자아심도에 진입하지도 않은 것 같은데 이미 존재하는 공간까지 바꿀 정도였나요?
황금가지와 연관된 현상에 일일이 물음과 흥분을 내보이는 것은 의미가 없습니다.
Faust always there to put a fucking a rain on everybody's parade, yeah. Don't ask those questions. Those questions are not important. Yeah, you can't ask those questions.
여러분도 파우스트에게도 눈앞 지금 세계의 상황은 모두가 최초 목격자일 테니까. 앞으로도 알 수 없는 일이 펼쳐질 것이라 보는 게 확률상 옳은 판단이겠죠.
I love how she talks about herself in the third person as well.
그러게요.
It's like, yeah, there's a bit of gamble element to it as well. Unable to properly articulate her words any further, Ishmael pointed a finger instead.
죽은 사람들까지 되살릴 정도라니.
Bodies that have been devoid of life for a while begin to rise. Oh, are these like the tears from the bull? Their organs or body parts were severely damaged. This could only be described as resurrection.
아무리 그래도 죽은 사람을 되살리는 능력은 너무 얼토당토하는 얘긴데 K사 HP 앰플로도 그러진 못한다면서?
Oh, you've been brought back from the dead like a dozen times or so. It's not that implausible. I know, you know, it seems to be specific to Mr. Clockface over here, but right?
완벽히 죽은 자를 되살리는 기술이나 특이점이 없었으리라 보기는 힘들다. 하지만 그런 기술 전쟁통에서조차 듣고 본 적 없다. 그렇다는 건 이건 도시에 만연할 수 없는 기술이라는 셈이군. 아마 이 상황은 머리에...
네, 머리에 금기 조항까지 거슬렀을 가능성이 있네요. 림버스 컴퍼니. 탄테와 동기화한 덕에 부활 체험을 하고 있는 저희와는 양상이 전혀 다릅니다.
Suppose.
다르고 틀리다. 저들은 우리와 다르게 온전한 형태의 재생이 아니다.
True.
그저
They're like almost like zombies, right? They're not like fucking fully back. By the way, there was an that was end of part 2. We're now in part 3.
그저 살아있기만 한 상태에 지나지 않다. 의식도 이성도 없어 보이는군.
그 말은 반대로 자아와 육체를 모두 되살려야 머리에 금기를 어기는 것일지도 모르겠구만.
Some dark art shit. So chat. I've lost chat. There we go. I'd lost chat. I'd lost ya. Okay. What's going on? Oh, straight into it like that, eh? Alright. They do have like... Because this is what the bull had, right? Like these tears. Right? Limbus Company. Why is it always necromancy? Having a bit of sort of zombie action on the go, ain't you? Rise of the Dead. Huh? Sorry, chap. I was just eating my protein pudding.
내가 시범을 보이지.
Medical resurrection equals illegal. Plot BS magic resurrection legal. This is wrong. Wait, this is just a Tuesday for us, right? To be fair, we do come back whole. These don't appear to have. So, if that wasn't the final boss of the chapter then, am I going to get cooked at the end of this chapter? Like, that had end of chapter boss all over it. Written all over it, you know?
이미 도달했다.
Dante's a licensed necromancer. I'm nervous about it now. That was like part way through, like, bro, what the fuck? No, this part of the game you're in right now is relatively easy. Relatively being the correct words, right? Picking a small cat up is relatively easy as an adult, right? But have you watched a toddler try to pick a cat up? It's problematic. I'm that toddler right now. Just say Canto 4 is the longest. Oh, is it the longest one, is he? Is it the longest out of all of them? Okay, interesting.
충전 기능 점검.
You'll be fine, don't worry about it.
낮도 밤도 지
I'm worried.
숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
Canto 8 to 9 above longer than what didn't hear you pigs. I didn't hear myself actually. So it's impossible to hear yourself think when Ryoshu's here. Oh man. Could have had all blue. Ruined it.
그려낸 대로.
You're just ruining it. Just enjoy the journey. Oh, I am, man. I really am. Before I just felt because of the nodes, yeah. I was like, people say that's why you got that option to skip now, right? I just want the rewards.
그려낸 대로.
Yeah, the skips now. Started Canto 9 midnight and was done only by the night of the day after. But yeah, speaking of enjoying the ride, I very much am. I really am. Again, like obviously, I started this, and whenever you start a new game, you're like, I don't know, is it gonna be one that sticks with me, especially as a content creator, and especially when you start streaming something or making videos on it, and the audience seems to resonate with it, and you don't. That sucks, man. Like, you know, it's just the same as if you resonate with the game, but the people don't. Which I'm the type of content creator like, I'll just play whatever. If it don't get views, it don't get views. But it's great that like people are enjoying this, just like how it was with Ark Knights. But I'm genuinely enjoying the process as well, which is you know, extra bonus, right? So oh, I did that. I'm really happy about that. Canto 6 feels longer to you also. It's just cool down fights to get your tension down. Little palate cleanser, yeah. Oh, bro got gibbed. Yo, Sinclair is my goat. Sinclair's my goat. I think I might even upload the boss fight for this chat. So I tended to do that with Ark Knights. Because that was a really enjoyable fight, man. I think it's worth an upload, yeah. Ooh. It's 4:10 now. I could play for another 10 minutes, but considering we're out, maybe we call it there, because I'm going to have to get off in 10 minutes anyway, max, because I've got to get Rosie from work. So I suppose the game's telling me perfect time to maybe to call it there then. So I'll have to continue the rest in the next stream. But wow, I've enjoyed this today again. To be fair, I've enjoyed every moment. But that fight, I think so far, that was my favourite fight of the game. Like the bull was a good fight as well, right? But yeah, man, that 1v1 moment. Call the video Sinclair is my hero. That's actually, I like that. I like that. I might actually steal that. But yeah, that fight, having that like kind of like it's like a Western standoff, right? You know, that 1v1. It's fucking awesome. Genuinely awesome. I honestly really, that's like, that's one of the funniest bosses I've played in a while, right? I'm trying to think. When was the last like insane boss that I really enjoyed? Obviously, Talon Ark Knights was great as well, and there's been loads of great ones. But yeah, that for me was up there in terms of fun. It was actually, like I say, thrilling, which in a game that has this sort of combat, thrilling, sorry, is kind of hard to do, right? To get you sitting on the edge of the seat of like, I was literally physically sweated today, which is I don't know if that's necessarily something to be proud of, if I'm honest, but yeah, I was sweating after that fight. That's how much that's how enjoyable I found it. But yeah, I've had a blast today. I'm loving Canto 4 so far. Yeah, I said this in my first impressions video, right? Might change because I haven't really got into repeatable content and all the nuances of the game. At the moment, There's nothing in the game that I find a problem, apart from having sanity consumption on stages. I'm never like one for like, I'd rather just have all that for farming right. But it's not the only game that does it. Lots of games do it right. But yeah, other than that, at the moment, I'm really having a blast. I'm genuinely having a blast. It was a fun stream. Hope you have a good rest day. Yeah, I'm going to be live later with some Honor of Kings World, I think it's called, right? Because the test's out now. So I'll stream that for a couple of hours later. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're playing. I've got to go take the car back up the garage just to get a light bulb changed tomorrow, but I should be back in time. So I'm not 100% what I'm streaming tomorrow. We'll see. Could be more of these. I really do need to start chapter 14 of Arknights so as well. So maybe we'll be back on Limbus maybe Thursday. I'll say that. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we'll probably be back Thursday latest. But guys, thank you very much for hanging out today. Thank you as well to the super chats as well, guys. Casual, Engie the Poot, Cheese, Dagger. I really do appreciate the support on the channel, guys. Honestly, it means a lot for you guys to decide to spend your hard-earned cash on supporting the streams. Honestly means a lot for me. And thank you for you guys. And yeah, I'll see you all in the next stream. Or for the people who are here to enjoy Limbus, I'll say definitely Thursday. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe before, but probably Thursday. I'll probably do something else tomorrow. But yeah, guys, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for making it even more fun as well. Chat's been awesome. I'll see you all later. Have an amazing rest of your day. All right, guys. Ta-ra.